Hello, everyone. Welcome to Solve Challenge Finals 2021. I'm Alex Samuel, Executive Director of MIT Solve. Today marks an anniversary of sorts. This is our 5th Solve Challenge Finals, but it also marks my 5-year anniversary as the founding Executive Director of Solve, almost to the day. If you had told me 5 years ago that I would be standing in my house on a virtual event platform after a year and a half of remote work, onboarding team members who have never to this day set foot on the MIT campus, I would have asked, what on earth is a virtual event platform? If you had told me 5 years ago that today we would be announcing our 6th class of Solver teams and our 4th class of Indigenous Communities Fellows, and that we now have over 200 Solver teams and 28 Indigenous Communities Fellows who collectively are already impacting over 60 million lives. Or that we would now have over 100 member and partner organizations, corporations, foundations, academic institutions, and more step up to support our Solver teams and fellows. And that thanks to their generous support, I can today announce that we have catalyzed over 400 partnerships totaling over $50 million in commitments for our Solver teams and entrepreneurs globally. If you had told me that a pandemic would threaten our lives, our health, our economy, our celebrations, our connections to those we hold most dear, and that the most vulnerable amongst us would be most threatened, or that the climate crisis and economic inequality would deepen even further while we continue to contend with racial injustice. If you had told me all of this 5 years ago, I would not have believed you. But I would have jumped into my role at Solve with even more conviction, determination, passion, and hope. The truth is, when I joined MIT 5 years ago, Solve was an experiment. We did not know if it could work. I somehow convinced the first staff I hired, many of whom are still working at Solve today, that this experiment was worth pursuing. And like all good MIT experiments, we had some hypotheses. First, that there were great, proximate tech-based entrepreneurs all around the world working in the most underserved communities. 2, that these innovators were not getting the attention, resources, and support they needed and deserved, and that using open innovation challenges could be an effective way to find them. 3, that there was a community of corporations, foundations, investors, and donors who were looking for innovative solutions too. And 4, that MIT, as an engine for innovation and with a mission to solve world challenges, could use its expertise, convening power, and resources to bring both these innovators and organizations together to create partnerships and scale promising solutions to climate change, racial injustice, inequality, and more. That is why we created Solve. As a two-sided marketplace for social impact innovation, and most importantly, as a community bound by the desire to do things differently, to drive innovation to solve world challenges. And I am happy to say that as these 5 years have gone on, what were hypotheses turned into reality, and that this reality is reflected in all of us here today, dialing in from all around the world to activate the change we want to see. And when I hear the stories of our Solver teams and the partnerships they have created with our members and partners, I know my dreams for Solve and the hypotheses I put forward have exceeded my expectations. Take Wild Elements Foundation, an Indigenous Community Fellow, protect medicinal plants. Their partnership has helped Rochelle grow her solution from a research project into a community-driven public health campaign. Rochelle has been working with traditional knowledge keepers, healers, and public health officials on the Navajo Nation to raise awareness about the impact of legacy mining on sacred medicinal plants. Or Solver Reaply, a platform that gives a second life to surplus industrial equipment, who co-invested $2 million in investment from Microsoft Climate Innovation Fund alongside our philanthropic venture fund, Solve Innovation Future. Reaply will help Microsoft implement a carbon product roadmap to become carbon negative by 2030. Now, let me be clear. Solve is not the silver bullet solution that will cure all ills in the world, nor do we think technology or social entrepreneurs have all the answers. We need policy, behavior, and systems change, and many actors across these fields working together. However, I do not believe we can solve our most entrenched and urgent challenges without innovation, without proximate entrepreneurs, without the commitment of all of you cross-sector actors to invest and support innovative solutions. This is where this Solve community right here has a tremendously important role to play. Today is an opportunity for you to meet and connect with this community. We will announce our newest class of 35 Solver teams and 7 Indigenous community fellows. They hail from 17 countries and 7 native tribes. Over 60% of these teams are women-led, and 54% come from Asia, Latin America, the Middle East, and Africa. You will hear the pitches on the main stage, along some incredible speakers such as Eric Wan of Zoom and Professor Dame Sally Davis during the opening plenary. You will get to meet our members and partners, corporate, foundation, multilateral, and academic executives like yourselves who are looking to collaborate with like-minded people to create meaningful partnerships. And if this was not enough already, thanks to our partners and prize funders, we have over $2.3 million in funding for our Solver teams and fellows that we will be announcing today in the closing plenary. And while we have told the teams a few days ago that they were selected as Solver teams, they do not yet know who won the additional prize funding. So there's still a lot of suspense for today. Before we get started, I want to take a moment to thank this incredible community. Of course, our Solver teams and Indigenous fellows. You are the reason we exist. And a big thank you to the finalists as well. We would like to continue hearing from you and to follow your work. Our members, prize funders, custom challenge partners, Solve Innovation Future donors, the work we do would not be possible without your generous financial support and the in-kind work you do and bring to the table. Special thank you to our partners, General Motors, Comcast, NBC Universal, the Mortgage Family Foundation, Vodafone America's Foundation, HP, and Kauffman Foundation. Our Challenge Leadership Group members and reviewers who have spent hours online and on Zoom calls with the hard task of reviewing and selecting our Solver teams and Indigenous fellows. We rely on your expertise and experience to select the most promising innovators. The MIT community of faculty, staff, and students who help us throughout the year when it comes to courses, workshops, solution review, or facilitation. And last but certainly not least, the amazing Solve staff who have worked tirelessly this past year, pivoting all our work to virtual settings, reinventing our workshops and Solver programs, dealing with the stress that this pandemic and other injustices have brought about. From the bottom of my heart to all of you, thank you so much. So, all that being said, let's get started with the best news. Let's find out who is being selected as a 2021 Solver Team and Indigenous Community Fellow. Before you hear the first pitches, I mentioned we told teams a few days ago that they were selected, and we filmed their reaction. We thought it was worth sharing that moment with all of you. So let's watch my colleague and your MC for the day, Solve's Managing Director, Hala Hanna, share the good news.
Everyone on this call was selected as a finalist for our 2021 Global Challenges or Indigenous Communities Fellowship because we believe that your tech-based solutions has the potential to take on some of the world's most complex problems. And the reason you're on this call, you have been selected to be part of the 2021 class. Congratulations! Woo! On behalf of the entire Solve community, welcome, welcome. We have been so uplifted and inspired by your solution and your commitment to putting technology at the service of your community. We're so excited to start this journey with you. Welcome to Solve.
I'm about to burst. So yes, thank you. To have the support is just so encouraging. This is 100% the energy that I know my organization needed. I'm just going to shout it to the wind. Thank you so much.
I know this is like a real solution that can change so many lives, and this is a push that just changes the whole game.
I'm quite excited for my country, excited for all the people that hopefully will be able to impact.
Congratulations.
Hello, Solve. What a moment that was. I'm Hala Hana, Managing Director of Solve, and I'll be your MC for the rest of the day. This is my fourth Solve event, actually, being a virtual host. I guess I have a solid backup career. And as a seasoned MC, I have to remind you that when you post about the event on social media, please use the hashtag SolveChallengeFinals. If you're experiencing any technical difficulties, visit the virtual help desk on the left-hand side of the homepage. Okay, now back to our regularly scheduled programming. Despite the difficulties this year, we've accomplished quite a bit together. In 2021, we launched our 4 global challenges, the Indigenous Communities Fellowship, and Solve's first US-based challenge, Antiracist Technology in the US. By June, we had received more than 1,800 solutions from 128 countries and 14 native tribes. And today, we're bringing you from around the world the 7 most promising solutions for each of those 6 challenges. Our first reveal is our 2021 Indigenous Fellows. And for a bit of history about the fellowship, in 2018, at the invitation of the Water Protectors of Standing Rock, we launched Solve's Indigenous Communities Fellowship. The class you'll meet today will be our 4th, so I'm really happy about that. And to ground us in the moment and get us started, we will get going with a poem from inaugural poet laureate of the Navajo Nation, Lucy Tapahonso. Let's hear Lucy and then discover who our fellows are.
Hello. I'm so honored to share a poem with you today. Before I do that, I'd like to introduce myself in Navajo. Des cheatney the shache, do kintle cheatney the shanale, not ani nes the AC nasha, a put out net song nishle. The poem is titled This Is How They Were Placed for Us, and it refers to the land. Each morning, the Sangre de Cristo Mountains remind us of our strength as she ushers in slants of morning light amid crisp, clean breezes. She is the brightness of spring, the spark of creativity. She is a sister to changing woman, our primordial mother who taught us the way of beauty. Big echo da'idna. Because of her, we can imagine and create beauty in all we undertake. Because of her, we remember the voices of our parents, grandparents, and ancestors. Because of her, we tell stories, laugh, and share jokes. The Santa Fe and Pecos rivers remind us to cherish our ancestors as we prepare for the days ahead. They help us remember that their clear, crisp water sustains all of life. The Jemez Mountains are adorned with turquoise lakes that sparkle in the midday light. They remind us that we exist because of our ancestors' prayers and faith. We are blessed with distinct and melodious languages that are treasures of stories, songs, ceremonies, and memories. May we always remember to share our stories with one another, because it is only through stories that we live full lives. May our efforts go forward as bright beads of comfort, humor, joy, and inspiration. Today, we reflect a rainbow of creation. Some of us come from the East where bright crystals of creativity reside. We understand that Cisnogeny, Blanca Peak, bestows upon us the gift of imagination, thinking, planning, and creating. She revives our joy in learning and urges us to experiment. From the west, Mount Taylor helps us achieve our goals. She reminds us that the creation of the sacred exists in our midst and that each of us creates our own path. Asnin ago tsodzil big konjonago nasha. Ajago de koslit sada. The San Francisco peaks are adorned with abalone. Each evening she's majestic. She's adorned with snow. She's adorned with the white light of the moon. The San Francisco peaks taught us to believe in strong families. And they remember the tenderness with which they were created. They remember the way the Holy Ones sang with such beauty it compelled them to rise out of the flat desert. Darkness arrives from the north where the Santa Fe Mountains are adorned with jet. She is our rejuvenation, our renewal. She teaches us to believe in our talents. She urges us to revere the night sky that pulls a blanket of stars over us each evening. May we always recognize the multitude of gifts that surround us. May our homes and communities be filled with the wisdom and optimism that reflects a generous spirit. We are grateful for all blessings seen and unseen. May we fulfill the lives and vision for us at our birth. May we realize our actions affect all people and the earth. May we live in the way of beauty and help others in need. May we always remember that we were created as a people who believe in one another. This is how the world was created for us. In the midst of our homeland, Herfinale Mountain sits draped in precious fabrics. Her clothes glitter and sway in the bright sunlight. Bobinator Knob is clothed in sacred jewels. She wears mornings of white shell. She wears the midday light of turquoise. She wears evenings of abalone, the light of the moon. She wears nights of black jet. We dress as they have taught us, adorned with precious jewels and draped in soft fabrics. With this we speak. With this we create. With this we sing. With this we pray. This is where our prayers begin. Hajona hasli, hajona hasli, hajona hasli, hajona hasli. All is beautiful again.
Indigenous Communities Fellowship. Every kid gets a robot. Hawaiian Language Children Media Network. Waking Women Healing Institute. Shanka Kola, a Res Dog project. Nurturing Plants. We, Digital Ecocultural Mapping Project. And One Canoe Project, Navigating Changing Tides.
Growing up, I saw my little sister struggle to access technical educational opportunities. She'd begged to learn about coding and robots, but the opportunities that did exist were just way too inaccessible. This is a problem that many youth face, especially Indigenous youths. Many struggle to access quality technical education, resulting in a low number of Indigenous peoples in technical careers. Many factors contribute to this, from a lack of resources to a lack of representation. Education and technology enables economic development, connectivity, and innovation. My name is Danielle Boyer, and I'm a youth robotics designer. I'm Ojibwe from the Sault Ste. Marie Band in Michigan. bridge this educational gap, I created Every Kid Gets a Robot, or ECHR, an affordable and scalable educational robotics kit to increase technical educational accessibility. Educational robotics strengthens and supports students' skills in developing their knowledge through the creation, design, assembly, and operation of robots. Our users have shown that on average, they score 70% on our technical assessment after using ECHR versus an average of 20% when they began. ECHR is app-controlled, made from recycled plastic, and it costs $18.95 to make and goes to kids for free. I invented ECHR in 2019 after I saw my students unable to afford robotics kits. ECHR teaches technical skills in a project-based way with culturally competent curriculum featuring representative characters. The robots come with a pre-programmed loop for communities without stable internet access. Our core tech is an ESP32 development board. The robots are brought to youth by the STEAM Connection, the educational nonprofit that I founded. We are minority and student-run and all have been volunteering in education for years. We manufacture robots from our headquarters in Troy, Michigan, and also provide a Make a Robot virtual learning platform. We've reached tens of thousands of youth all around the world with an emphasis on Indigenous communities in North America. ECHR has reached tribal colleges, ACES chapters and events, Native-run events by universities and organizations, our own youth programming, and more. Most of our robot interest applications are from Indigenous educators. ECHR is award-winning, and our work has been featured by ACES, People Magazine, L'Oreal Paris, NBC, the United Nations, Hulu, Verizon, the Clinton Foundation, and many more. We're so thankful for our supporters. ECHR is truly a tool of the future, from the biodegradable plant-based components that I'm developing to replace plastic parts, to the young land defenders that we're working with to bring ECHR into the future. I'm so excited. But we need your help. We can't meet our high demand and need guidance and mentorship to develop our nonprofit and manufacturing practices to support our diverse team, our amazing students, and to continue making robots. The Indigenous Communities Fellowship will provide much needed support. Miigwech. Thank you.
Aloha kako, and mahalo for allowing me to present today. My name is Maui Tautaha, and I'm one of the founders of Kulani Akea, a 501c3 nonprofit based here in Hawaii. Our focus is early childhood education, with an emphasis on Hawaiian language, culture, and identity, paying special attention to our ancestral roots as voyagers, as ocean people. One of the quotes that really resonates with me when it comes to our work with children comes from Frederick Douglass. He said, "It's easier to build strong children than fix broken adults." As a result of colonization and the loss of our identity as Indigenous people around the world, we've seen a lot of broken adults. And we aim to try and heal that. In our efforts to build strong children, we propose the Hawaiian Language Children's Media Network. In the 6 years since our founding, we've had 3 strategic planning sessions, and at every single one, we talked about and dreamed about educational products like books and audiobooks and games and apps, cartoons, music, toys, lesson plans, things that get our children excited about learning their language and their culture and getting better rooted in their identity. We currently operate a small preschool with about 12 students. And when COVID hit last year, our parents asked for help on how to continue their child's learning at home. 3 and 4-year-olds, terrible on Zoom calls. So we reached into the strategic planning notes and pulled out some ideas we had for educational products. We made some short videos and digital offerings that could be downloaded at home. We did our best to provide the support for our parents that they were asking for. And by partnering with other Hawaiian organizations and utilizing social media, we went way beyond our classroom walls. We reached a greater slice of the Hawaiian community, not just here in Hawaii, but around the world. We also managed to publish a book with a native Hawaiian publisher and created some pretty cool educational products that were based on that book. The feedback we received from our community was that they wanted more, they needed more. So we have a lot of content to share. What we really need help with is guidance in the technological realm to teach us and guide us in better ways to deliver this content to the families who choose to reinvigorate the Hawaiian language and identity in their own lives. This is just one way to not only build strong children, but also strong families, grounded in the values of our ancestors, and prepared with a support system of a like-minded community to help navigate life's inevitable challenges together. Everything we do at Kulania Kea is guided by Akua, the creator, and our kupuna, our ancestors. We thank them and we thank you for this opportunity to continue doing what we're doing, but at a much higher level with a much greater reach. Mahalo, aloha.
Families of missing murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit, or MMIWG2S, not only experience great pain through the loss of their relatives, but are re-traumatized when trying to navigate complex justice systems and are virtually invisible in both the media and data. Efforts to combat this violence are primarily led by grassroots. However, we remain segmented and undersourced, as we have no single space to organize, collect Indigenous-led data, document our survivor stories, and create tribal regional solutions. With the use of ArcGIS Online and story maps, we would be able to improve both healing and justice issues for families of MMIWG2S, like Andrea Lemke-Rashawn pictured here, MMIW family member of Ray Elaine Turtelot, through interactive story maps that connect data to the land and increase awareness while using traditional tools of storytelling for healing. ArcGIS Online creates one virtual space where we can collaborate across systems and jurisdictions to create interactive maps, store and analyze data, and coordinate solutions in connection to land, space, and time. Once data is analyzed, our collaborative will use story mapping to create systems change that will reduce and eliminate violence against Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit. Spatial analytics and traditional Indigenous tools for healing, such as storytelling, can also help provide a scope of the problem, identify gaps in response systems, which will then be used to present Indigenous and survivor-driven solutions across many regions and nations. We can also identify patterns of survivor responses, or lack of, by Western systems, locate culturally founded services for MMIWG2S and survivors of sexual violence. We can also document our survivor stories to create spaces of healing and justice. My name is Kristen Mulch, and I'm the founder and executive director of Waking Women Healing Institute. We currently serve families of MMIWG2S and Indigenous survivors of sexual violence across Wisconsin and the Great Lakes region. We're located in between the reservations of the Menominee Indian and Stockbridge-Munsee Band of Mohicans, and we're a survivor and Indigenous-led organization. Each of our staff and partners works to reclaim both healing and justice with and for our families through nation-to-nation building, uplifting survivor voice, and igniting spaces of healing through restoring the matriarchy and decolonizing mind, body, and spirit. We've seen the immense healing work that Indigenous storytelling can have. We've seen the impact that restoring the matriarchy has in our justice work. And when paired with ArcGIS and story maps, we will create a powerful agent for change that increases access to culturally founded care, improves responses to MMIWG2S, and prevents further violence on a regional and national scale. We'll for supporting.
And Petuwashte, Imachiapi Kami Griffith. I am Oglala Lakota from the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation in South Dakota. Within my community, it is common to see packs of dogs that are roaming the streets or congregating near grocery stores or convenience stores. In 2019, when I was monitoring the dog population, over 90% of the sites that I monitored had free roaming dogs. The overabundance of dogs is not a problem that is only common to the reservation. There are nearly 1 billion dogs worldwide, and approximately 1/5 of those are strays. They negatively impact wildlife populations and are the leading predator-caused deaths of cattle. They also pose a serious safety risk by attacking people, causing traffic accidents, and spreading diseases. In fact, the World Health Organization estimates nearly 55,000 people die from rabies due to free-roaming dogs every year. And unfortunately, free-roaming dogs are more common in poverty-stricken areas. These are areas that have the least number of resources available for dog population control and animal welfare programs. The Pine Ridge Reservation, where I'm from, is larger than Delaware, and yet it has only one animal control officer, no veterinarians, and no sustainable funding for animal welfare or animal control programs. In order to determine a more effective, efficient, and ethical way to manage the stray dog population, I'm using ecological modeling to determine the abundance and where they occupy. I'm doing this by installing trail cameras across major towns and determining where specifically in those towns that they congregate. This is a common technique that's used in monitoring wildlife populations, and using it to monitor man's best friend will greatly impact the success of animal control programs. I'm also teaching this technique to high school and undergraduate students through a bridge and RE program at Oglala Lakota College. This project framework will make animal control more financially feasible and culturally appropriate. The students will gain valuable skills in using the scientific method to develop a hypothesis and come up with a conclusion. And they will gain valuable skills in learning wildlife techniques, as well as protecting Unchimaka, Grandmother Earth. The direction to solving a community problem will come directly from voices within my community. Ilamiaye, and thank you for your support.
Yat She'e Brianna Lehman Yinisha. Hi, my name is Brianna Lehman. I am representing Dinant Perspective today, and I'm here to present to you our innovative solution called Nurturing Plants. So our relatives on the Navajo Nation are at the front lines of climate change and is experiencing severe drought and soil erosion due to extraction companies near or on the reservation. And so it is affecting our traditional plants, our food production and food access, and which is contributing to food and water insecurity. So today we are feeling those effects, especially our relatives who rely on the land for sustenance and cultural practices. So our traditional plants and our ways of living are being threatened today. And so to mitigate these threats and to address climate change that is posed on our food system is to implement a hydroponic system to increase food security, food accessibility, food sovereignty, and cultural revitalization in the Navajo Nation. And so the hydroponic system, it is a method of growing plants in the water without using soil. This system is built for you. Here we have a picture of two different sizes. One is 5 foot tall and the other one's 7. And so it can be built in many ways. And so we built this on the individual's requests, and we consider whether they have electricity or not. And so the design of this system is that it uses nutrient-based water, which is pumped into the first pipe, and then uses gravity to recycle into the next pipe until it reaches the water storage, and then goes through this system twice every hour. And so there are many great benefits to using this system. It is very cost efficient and effective. To create one is around $150, and it uses less water. It's a great dynamic method of water conservation. It produces plants efficiently with little electricity or no electricity at all. Plants grow faster. There's no weeds since you're not using soil. It reduces pests. There's less maintenance. All you have to do is check for the pH levels and clean around the system. It also increases cultural revitalization, providing that education about traditional plants, and it also provides greater access to healthier foods. And so eventually we want to scale up. We want to implement this system in the whole Navajo Nation and eventually in other tribal communities. But for now, we understand that climate change has disrupted our biodiversity, and using the system is another form of preserving and continuing our cultural plants. And so this will also increase the leafy green diet as well. And so we understand that communities don't have the same access. So we want to be there to provide healthier foods right in front of their home. And so this will not only combat climate change, but also increase education about sustainability, nutrition, the environment, and increase traditional knowledge. Also, the last main goal is of increasing food accessibility, food security, and food sovereignty. And lastly, we want to introduce our team members and our volunteers who have contributed to our solution. Thank you, and if you have any questions or concerns, I'd be happy to answer them.
Napsiam, Nisjalachisiam, Kusamatsan, Snat, Shokwamisan. Hello, my respected people. My traditional name is Kusamat. My English name is Shirley Williams. I'm a 7th generation member and resident of the federally reserved lands of Lummi Nation, located in the uppermost corner of the Pacific Northwest in Washington State. I have been in the nursing field for 19 years, and I'm passionate about Indigenous public health and addressing root causes of trauma for Indigenous peoples and nature. Our problem is that we have no culturally safe place to practice and teach our next generations because we were removed from our ancestral homelands and way of life. To address this problem, we are developing a digital ecocultural map that supports the visualization and storytelling about our natural, cultural, and historical sites in the Salish Sea, bringing our ancestral village sites, camps, reef net locations, and 13 Moon food sovereignty or Indigenous stewardship systems back to life. We are partnering with Immerse and Straight Salish community members to develop a map prototype for Papiawa, now known as English Camp, located on the west side of San Juan Island. We are bringing together Lummi and Saanich nations to honor and record narratives of history, natural resource management systems, and cultural resurgence as reef net societies to ancestral village sites, including Papiawa English Camp, San Juan Island National Historical Park, in which we gifted 3 storyboards on the 100th centennial. This novel mapping tool is based on traditional maps showing transboundary sovereignty and kinship to ancestral sites. Our short-term and long-term objectives will be to preserve and prevent epistemicide of traditional local knowledge, highlight pathways for healing as we return to our ancestral sites, and support knowledge democracy as we balance Indigenous and Western ways of knowing. If we receive the MIT Solve Fellowship, we will use it towards paying our WE interns part-time positioning after their Northwest Indian College funding expires. The interns are synthesizing a database of scientific and Indigenous names for species present at Papiawa, as well as images and references to their cultural values. The database forms part of the digital infrastructure behind the ecocultural mapping framework. Once generated, this database will map these names and values to the species occurring on the map of Papiawa, informing visualizations that allow community members to explore the cultural resources of this important place in the Salish Sea. Other databases will be generated to the map stories and other digital media to the geographic features of this place. Haishka from White Swan Environmental. We one mind for the purpose of the work.
I'd like to begin with a chant and prayer by Finalist Oral History Project. Genin lagu naman matu, uki zaina fulu nalazak, man momok nuita mungi tasib, manenga isagwa hakanyam, sanenga I magaga. Fanenga zan fanenge kumu ki katen kulu samahana noni manya haina tumosuki lahi matenguma. The climate crisis is an unprecedented storm that no other recent generation has had to navigate. The waves from the storm are already crashing onto the people of the Pacific, threatening our livelihoods and our very homelands with an increased intensity and occurrence of cyclones, sea level rise, ocean acidification, and coral reef loss. All youth are at the front lines of the crisis, as they'll be living through the destabilizing impacts. One canoe uplifts the descendants of the great Pacific navigators to unite and weather the unprecedented changing seas of this time. Islanders hail from a lineage of seafaring peoples whose connections to the ocean, sky, stars, and winds brought them across the vast ocean and onto our homelands where we still thrive today. Not much is being done to educate the 50,000 K-12 youth across the Marianas on this issue. The One Canoe Project educates and empowers youth for climate action and amplifies island voices. This project aims to teach the root causes of the climate crisis and encourage students to use ancestral wisdoms and values to keep humanity moving forward. We desperately need to prepare kids to navigate these precarious times. It's imperative for our youth to know who they are and where they come from. Education is such a powerful agent of social change, and the more culturally rooted and place-based curriculum leverages that power of place. The overall project partners with the University of Guam, the Guam Department of Education, the Guam Community College, via the Guam Green Growth Initiative. MIT Solve can assist in maximizing One Canoe's goals of incorporating the use of technology with the possible development of learning apps that uplift traditional language and knowledge systems about our environment. Island kids need tools to connect to each other, to strengthen the canoe's holes and interweave a sail to overcome the incoming storm of climate change. Pacific wisdom has vital lessons for our collective human family, as we are all one crew on this one canoe we know as Earth. Sizus Masi.
Congratulations to our 2021 Indigenous Communities Fellows. It is an honor to be working with all of you. And this year, thanks to an anonymous gift, we will expand our work with Indigenous communities further, geographically to Canada, and programmatically we'll also deepen our support for the selected fellows. So if you would like to get involved in this work too, please do get in touch. Reminder that you have until 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time to cast your vote for the Community Award. So do give your favorite solver, fellow, or finalist your vote for a chance to win it. Next up, I would like to introduce the 2021 Solver class for our Digital Inclusion Challenge. Let's hear the pitches and welcome the new Solver teams. Digital inclusion. Brainstorm. Hello World. Beeline Reader. Akaboxy. Mythos. Hive Online. And Jump to PC.
Hi, I'm Naledi, and I'm the co-founder of Brainstorm. And what we do is simple. We connect the unconnected. The internet is used primarily for three things across the world: access to information, markets, or to socialize. In Africa, the vast majority of the population have their first interaction with the internet on a mobile phone. But what you find throughout Africa is that 77% of mobile phone users use feature phones, meaning they can't access the advantages that come with the opportunities that come with being connected to the internet. But what if you could provide the power of the internet to everyone, regardless of the kind of phone they can afford? This is exactly what we do at Brainstorm. We enable access to the internet without the need for expensive data plans or smartphones. This is how our solution works. Busi is a smallholder farmer. She uses a feature phone, and normally she would have to travel 100 kilometers to access the latest information on how to improve her crop yields. When she wants to sell produce, she would have to travel another 60 kilometers without proper knowledge of market prices. And if she wants advice about the best practices from friends or just wants to chat, she would need to spend a large percentage of her daily earnings on phone credit. With one of our solutions, Agri, Busi can do all of these things without having to leave her village or spend much money. For just 3 cents a day, she simply dials a short code on her feature phone, connects to our mAgri platform, and now has access to dedicated knowledge base for farming, Wikipedia, social media platforms, chat, and other internet-based applications. And if Busi struggles to read, she can even interact with our platform using voice prompts. At Brasthorn, we have applications not only in agricultural services, but in healthcare and legal services as well. Busi is not our only user. We have reached more than 1 million users in Botswana and the DRC and are currently scaling to Cameroon, Ethiopia, Guinea, and Mali. Not only does our solution have social impact, but it is also completely self-sustaining. Given our low prices and our high number of users, we have generated nearly $1.5 million in revenue in the last 12 months and maintain positive margins. We have grown organically and we have bootstrapped for quite a while. This limits our growth. So we're looking for potential partners within the MIT Solve network to help expand our impact across the continent. Our team of more than 30 people, led by myself and my co-founder Martin, are a passionate management team that is dedicated to making a difference for the unconnected in Africa. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Catherine Macmillan. I'm the founder and CEO of Hello World. And at Hello World, we partner with communities to provide them with unlimited access to internet, power, educational software, and hardware. Hello World came about when I was living and working in Nigeria, and there, as in so many other communities that I'd worked with across Africa, I found derelict, disbanded school buildings built by well-intentioned philanthropists, but falling into disrepair. The reason for this is that it's expensive and time-consuming to manage and maintain a school ad infinitum, and people run out of energy to keep it up. But also, teachers won't go to the hardest to reach and most disadvantaged communities. Beyond that, more broadly, there are 69 million too few teachers to hit our woefully low global education targets. And all of that means that 265 million children are going without their basic human right of an access to education. I became totally preoccupied with this problem, and around this time I came across the research of Sugata Mitra. Sugata Mitra was trying to work out how far a child could take their education in the absence of schools and teachers, and the results were mind-blowing. They blew even his own expectations. He found that children could become effectively autodidactic using the internet and hardware. And we coupled his research with our experience in community-led development. And then the Hello Hub was born. A Hello Hub is a community-built, outdoor, solar-powered, internet-connected computer kiosk that's loaded with world-class educational software, has 8 rugged touch screens for everyone to use in the community, day and night. And they are used by children and adults to stay in touch with the world, problem solve, share their story, and learn. There are about 1,000 people using each Hello Hub in Uganda and Nepal, where we've started to roll out Hello World. But we see benefit across the entire community in terms of education, but also job creation and well-being. We've started to wonder if there should be a Hello Hub in every remote and marginalized community. And that's where MIT Soul comes in. We're hoping to partner with you so that we can advocate for our work, reach a wider audience with our How to Build a Hello Hub guide, so that other people can benefit from our knowledge and our engineering and replicate what we've done so far, but also so that our team at Hello World can start to scale up into new territories. We have an incredible team in Uganda, Nepal, London, and New York. And we are scaling up the team at the moment, ready to take Hello World to scale. With an injection of your expertise and network at MIT Soul, I think that we'd be really well positioned to do that. Thank you so much for your time.
The trouble with invisible disabilities is you can't see them. You can't see that they're everywhere. For example, 1 in 5 people has a dyslexia, ADHD, or another learning disability that makes reading really challenging. For this 20% of the population, the digital economy has actually created new barriers to their success. 100 years ago, it didn't matter if you had dyslexia because there were so many great jobs, no matter whether you could read or not. But in the modern economy, all of the best jobs are reserved for people with really strong reading ability. So neurodiverse populations are at risk of being left behind. At Beeline Reader, we've created a research-backed technology that makes reading more inclusive and allows people with reading challenges to succeed in schooling and high-powered careers like they never thought possible. Best of all, it's really simple and it works in any language. Here's what it looks like. Instead of using plain black text, we use color gradients that wrap from one line to the next, assisting visual tracking and pulling your eyes through each paragraph. This technique works in any color, including in night mode. And this simple tweak makes a huge difference for people who struggled with reading for years or even decades. Access to our technology allows people to succeed in jobs and in school like never before. Beeline is catching on around the globe. It works in any language. It works on any device, even feature phones. It works online or offline. And as you can see from this chart, it works absolutely anywhere, except Antarctica. We're still working on that. As for our business model, we have issued patents in the US and abroad, which protect our innovation. And we have two revenue streams, B2C and B2B. We sell apps and plugins to consumers so they can convert documents and websites into Beeline format. But our biggest impact is through our B2B licensing. Integrating our technology is really easy, which allows us to rapidly scale our impact. Through our existing licensees, Beeline is available for free to millions of people around the world. We've been adopted by the world's largest OER textbook platform, as well as Blackboard's accessibility suite. And we've got great momentum with several new partners in the last few months alone. We're especially excited about our upcoming launch with Edovo, a social impact company focused on prison education and rehabilitation. We're a financially sustainable company thanks to our B2B revenue that's growing at 60% year over year. And we've accomplished all this with a team that's small but scrappy. We would love to join the MIT Solve community to connect with new partners and continue to make the digital economy more inclusive for everyone. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah Taire Badisha, the founder and CEO of Akabox. In Uganda, there are over 2 million village saving and loan association groups, and these are part of the 1.7 billion unbanked people in the whole world. These are informal groups that come together for purposes of saving and borrowing from each other. And their money is always kept in boxes because these are illiterate Ugandans in sub-Saharan Africa with poor record-keeping system. Their money is prone to theft and can be eaten up by rodents, and also fire can get in and take away this money. And yet, in formal financial institutions, they don't access any form of banking. So for 10 years, I've worked in the bank. In 2017, I saw this. I decided to leave my banking position and go out to help out these women, the refugees, and the unemployed youth. So what is Akabox solution? The Akabox is a digital financial inclusion system that enables smallholder farmers in rural communities to manage and monitor their savings together. So we start by enabling these groups, each group to open an account within the formal financial institution within their reach. And we give them a handheld device. Every group is given a handheld device like this. And every member has an NFC card. And with the system, they are able to capture balances, savings, pay debt, get loan, pay fine, and emergencies. And for every transaction, a receipt is issued out for transparency purposes. The system can be uploaded on a feature phone and a smartphone. And these members of these groups can be able to send messages to institution, former bank institution, and also can receive SMS. Those are messages regarding their balances from the institutions. Our value proposition is job creation and also increased income and improved livelihoods. ACABOX roadmap is we started in 2018 with 5 groups, 150 members. Here we are 2021 with 52 groups and 2,520 users of ACABOX system. We hope to be at over 60,000 users by 2025. Our ACABOX team is comprised of 5 people, 3 ladies and 2 gentlemen. I'm the lead person, and we have a software developer, system analyst, marketing and research, and a business analyst. Thank you.
My name is Ed Cable, and I'm the President and CEO of the MIFOS Initiative, a fintech nonprofit democratizing financial services. We must not only provide access to the $3 billion underbanked, but enable meaningful usage of financial services to improve livelihoods. What guides us is our shared vision of 3 billion Maries, inspired by Marie Claire of Rwanda, who through microcredit triumphed over HIV and the death of her husbands to start 2 businesses and build a home for her family. To achieve this, a disruptive approach was needed, uniting a global community, innovating on open source building blocks to commoditize banking infrastructure, enabling financial services to be embedded anywhere and everywhere. Only by providing this foundation and harnessing the power of community can we enable a virtuous cycle to unlock scale and catalyze innovation. Our building blocks, recognized as digital public goods, empower any organization anywhere to embed any financial service to any customer via any channel. Whether you're an MFI delivering loans via field officers, a purely digital neobank or fintech providing digital credit, or a government digitizing its social protection programs, we provide the common functionalities to create customers, manage wallets, savings, and loan accounts, orchestrate payments, and maintain the financial ledger and reports. Open source from the ground up, our building blocks are delivered as APIs along with reference web and mobile apps for staff and customers. They can be deployed as a full solution or used as Lego blocks to build any fintech app. With commoditized modern core banking infrastructure, providers can focus and invest in customer-facing innovation. Our community, anchored by partners building market-driven solutions, yet augmented by volunteers, provides the scale, last-mile reach, and redundancy to achieve our mission. Through upstream-first development, we unlock a virtuous cycle where everyone collectively maintains the core, creating a multiplier effect greater than any one vendor alone. This openness not only enables the flow of code and innovation, but ideas and business models to fuel sustainability and local economic growth. To progress towards a world of 3 billion Maries and achieve the SDG of no poverty by 2030, we have an ambitious vision to reach 500 million individuals, guiding a marketplace of hundreds of solutions maintained by a global fintech developer community numbering in the thousands. Having reached a critical inflection point, becoming a solver would be transformational for our community, enabling funding to resource effectively to meet high demand, opening doors to new partnerships, and executing on revenue generation strategies for sustainability. I've led our community the past 15 years, guiding local partners with on-the-ground knowledge and platform expertise to enable the flow of innovation, which in turn drives the flow of capital to the base of the pyramid. Thank you.
Anna and Teresa are smallholder farmers who've just joined an all-women cooperative. They didn't have credit history, so they couldn't get credit for fertilizer and seeds to grow better crops. Only 0.6% of Mozambican farmers got access to credit last year. We're all going to need farmers to produce more food in the future. And the land is there, but it's being wasted because of inefficiency and a lack of liquidity. Anna's cooperative needs credit, but it also needs access to market. Last year, a pig ate their crop forecasts, so they couldn't pre-sell to buyers. So our comprehensive solution builds a bridge to the digital economy. It gives farming communities access to markets through digital forecasting. It builds a digital history for access to credit and inputs. Buyers, merchants, and lenders get real-time data and vouchers, taking the risk and cost out of lending, buying, and distribution. We're seeing 30% month-on-month growth in 3 countries and getting rewarding feedback from customers. I've brought together leading talent from the communities we're supporting, along with world-class financial technology. I've built core banking and payment systems and businesses, and I'm a leading blockchain expert advising the UN and central banks. I'm Sophie Blackstad, Hive Online CEO. In my banking career, I saw firsthand how difficult it is for banks to reach African farmers. Like Anna, many women don't have phones, so we leverage social structures like cooperatives and savings groups to make sure nobody's left behind. Every group member gets an account with an identity, a wallet, and a digital history, using a minimum of 1 device per group. Our customers can't rely on connectivity, so it doesn't need internet and works partially offline with very low data use, but it's built on a robust blockchain fund manager with machine learning behind the digital history, so the data is reliable and can't be altered. This is the foundation for the future distributed economy, so farming communities can become sustainable and financially independent. We make our money from partners, keeping costs of farmers low. We're a for-profit and expect to be self-sustaining from the end of 22. We've been invited into Lebanon by Save the Children with agreed projects in Nigeria with Mercy Corps and in Kenya. This gives us access to 30% of Africa's 50 million smallholder farmers and their ecosystems. We need MIT's support as we navigate regulations and legal structures to license our native digital money and as we build economic models with benefits beyond traditional monetary value. Your support for our distributed identity management would also be great, and we'd love your help building partnerships. We hope you'll join us and these women building the sustainable agricultural economy for tomorrow.
Hello, I'm Sucheta, the team lead for Jump to PC, an affordable and accessible personal computing solution for low-income households. Over the last few years, increased smartphone penetration has done wonders, especially in rural India. Kids make and post TikTok videos from remote villages that get millions of views. But for most of them, this is their only participation in digital India. 90% of Indian households do not own a computer. Can you imagine mastering Python with just a smartphone, or even making a basic presentation or spreadsheet without a laptop? This is the digital divide we hope to bridge with Jump to PC. Jump to PC augments existing household devices to create an at-home personal computing experience without Wi-Fi. Our hardware pairs a user's smartphone and television and includes a keyboard and mouse to help her move from tapping to typing. The Jump to PC software creates a personalized computer interface designed for the mobile-first user with a library of relevant tutorials, free content, and tools to further develop her digital skills. Studies show that the learning curve for new technology decreases rapidly when A, there isn't a need for extensive training. With Jump to PC, she uses her own devices at home, so she feels comfortable to explore. And B, if there is cost to use it every day. With online platforms creating new content daily and e-learning during the pandemic, Jump to PC provides a better interface for everyday study and practice, providing a gentle learning curve towards digital inclusion for all. At 20% the cost of a laptop, Jump to PC is affordable for most middle to low income families. It is compatible with all segments of smartphones and TVs, and we're curating more regional content so our user can learn in the language of her choice. It is not a parachute technology. During the pandemic, many laptops were donated to low-income families, but without training, they went unused and were later resold. As SOLVE 2020 finalists, we carried that momentum and connected with many schools and community groups and did the hard work on the ground to now be present in over 3,000 homes. Several schools have even bundled Jump to PC in their fees. One recent success story was where one of our initial users, Anita, used Jump to PC for her online learning and aced her entrance exam, receiving a coveted medical scholarship. If we selected this year, we look forward to building new partnerships in the SOLVE community to improve our product and reach 25,000 homes by 2022. Our diverse team is uniquely experienced in serving these families, and we know that with Solve, we can expand the reach of Jump to PC and make a great leap towards digital inclusion for all. Thank you.
Congratulations, Digital Inclusion Solver teams. Later today in our closing plenary, we'll be joined on stage by Digital Inclusion Challenge Ambassador Eric Esquan, founder and CEO of Zoom. So stay tuned for that. Now, for those of you who are here for Solve Challenge Finals 2020, this next challenge is going to sound familiar because for the first time, we hosted the same topic, health security and pandemics, for 2 years in a row. I guess you can imagine why. In just a few minutes, we will be announcing the new Solver teams for the 2021 Health Security and Pandemics Challenge. But first, we wanted to take a look together at the journey of one of last year's Health Solver teams, PODD. After being selected as a 2020 Solver, PODD was also named the grand prize winner of the Trinity Challenge powered by MIT Solve. Now, what's the Trinity Challenge? In addition to our global challenges, Solve works with our partners year-round to launch custom challenges around their specific interests using Solve's platform and methodology. We've now run over 25 partner challenges in 4 languages with over 20 million in funding committed to winners around the world. So with the Trinity Challenge this year, there was $10 million in prize funding to innovations that help identify, respond to, and recover from global health emergencies. As grand prize winners, PODD was awarded $1.8 million in funding. Pretty transformational. So we're going to be joined by Professor Dame Sally Davis, Executive Chair of the Trinity Challenge, in conversation with Solver and grand prize winner Keng Susompao from PODD. The conversation is going to be moderated by Pujawa, Solve's Director and Lead of our health community. After this, you will hear the pitches from our newest 2021 Solver class for health security and pandemics. Keng, Dame Sally, Pooja, on to you.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're enjoying Solve Challenge Finals. I am thrilled to be joined today by 2 members of our community, Professor Dame Sally Davies and Keng Susompao. Dame Sally is the Master of Trinity College, Cambridge, and the Executive Chair of the Trinity Challenge, powered by MIT Solve. Among her many accomplishments, she is the former Chief Medical Officer for England and former UK Special Envoy on Antimicrobial Resistance. Dame Sally, it is an honor to have you here for this conversation.
Thank you.
Keng Susompao is the co-founder of Open Dream, creators of PODD. He's a 2020 health security and pandemic solver and the grand prize winner of the Trinity Challenge. A huge welcome to you both. So Keng, I would love to start with you. You were selected as a solver in the 2020 Health Security and Pandemics Challenge for your solution, which is called PODD. So tell us, what is PODD?
Yeah, Sawadee from Thailand, and thank you very much for the questions. PODD stands for Participatory One Health Disease Detection, so it's PODD, and it's a collaboration project under Chiang Mai University in Thailand. So in short, we are trying to turn the farmers into disease detectives to stop the future pandemics before it happens. We equip the communities with the mobile applications, and we call event processing system and real-time notifications to monitor animal sickness events that can potentially affect the human health. The vital parts of PODD is not only using the app to collect the data, but what we are doing also use the app as a gateway to facilitate the rapid response by the community members, such as immediate quarantine or notifying community members to support the farmers. PODD can reduce detection and responding time from multiple weeks in Thailand to just a few hours by doing this. And that's it stops the spread of the potential animal outbreak before it spills over to humans.
Thank you, Keng. That's truly incredible. Dame Sally, I would love to turn to you next. So the Trinity Challenge is a really exciting partnership that involves multinational corporations, universities, foundations, governments around the world. And the challenge called for solutions to the question, how can data and analytics be used to better identify, respond to, and recover from global health emergencies? So tell us what led you to focus specifically on data and analytics in this challenge.
Thank you, Pooja. And first, I want to thank MIT Solve for powering our challenge. You were great partners, and congratulate Keng. As you've heard, PODD is just amazing. So what happened was the pandemic started, and I sat there, having been the Chief Medical Officer and Chief Medical Advisor to the UK government, wondering why we weren't better prepared and how we could be better responding. And it seemed to me that we didn't have the data where it needed to be, nor the data analytics we needed to make policy effectively and move on to action. And just imagine a world where we had systems in place to identify emerging or re-emerging risks, to pick up spillover, to do rapid analysis, and systems where the data told us how to respond most effectively to infectious diseases and pandemics, how to recover best. And you can imagine that. But then if you start to think about what that data is, you know that it's not just what public health systems or governments hold. It's much more. A lot of the data is behavioral. It's about movement. It's about attitudes. It's about spending and economics. And that needs to be linked. And who holds that data? Well, it's the private sector. So what we did through the Trinity Challenge was bring together the private sector, who hold data and have some wonderful data architects, with the academics as well as NGOs, and pose this challenge to the world in the hope that by having the data analytics of best quality and varied data sets, people could come up with some wonderful solutions. We were trying to engineer a collision between public health and modern data science, which actually has been too long coming. So that was what got us going in the first place and moving forwards.
Incredible, and such an important goal. I think we see from the scale of the pandemic, there really is no other way to address this issue and to think about future pandemics as well. And one thing that's so exciting about Keng, your solution, is that it's really getting at the issue at the grassroots and trying to stop the problem at the source. I would love to hear, Keng, so you have been part of the Solve program now for a year as a solver, and also you're partnering with the Trinity Challenge. So tell us a little bit about how your time as a solver team, and then also how your partnership with the Trinity Challenge has really helped to accelerate your solution. How has it helped you grow and scale? And maybe tell us one or two exciting things that are coming up.
Yeah, thank you very much. Our time in the Solve program was really quick. I would say it's around 9 months that we have been like fully participate. One thing that Solve program help us think is just only one question, only one crucial question for us that we need to find the answer for that, which is what is PODD? And we spent several months to answer that question. But when we got an answer for that, it helps us to be more precise on what we want to do for the world. And the Trinity Challenge support can help us achieve that. What we are planning to do is to turn PODD, what we are doing in Thailand, into a toolkit and open source, both software and content. So every communities in the world can have its own version of PODD. It does not necessarily need to be similar to what we are doing in Thailand. But with PODD Toolkit, we hope that we aim to support the international community start thinking about engaging the public back to the public health, back to animal health, back to environmental health, and ultimately back to One Health problem solving.
Fantastic. Thank you, Keng. So I wanted to go back to you, Dame Sally, for one more question, which is around what is happening in the world now with the pandemic. So 2021 has been a year of ups and downs. There's been a lot of great excitement around the rapid development of vaccines, which has been incredible, but the threat of COVID-19 is continuing, and now these new variants are emerging. Of course, solutions like Keng's are so important as we try to stop future pandemics and as we try to stop the impacts of the current pandemic. But we would love to hear from you. What are the lessons that are most important for innovators like Kang, like other innovators who are working on this issue as they continue the fight to beat this pandemic and protect communities against future ones?
Thank you. Well, I think we all know that data and technology are underpinning successes, whether it's vaccine technology, better logistics for PPE or getting vaccines to people, or actually using technology as it is. I mean, here we are talking to each other over Zoom, and a lot of home working is happening. Medical care in high and middle income countries has been revolutionized by video contacts. Families have kept in contact. But what we were after with the Trinity Challenge, and Kang and PODD absolutely show, is getting the bottom-up ideas that really matter to the public, not just in high-income countries, but in low and middle-income countries, that can make a difference using data and technology. So you've heard about our grand winner, and from the moment I heard about it, I was crossing my fingers that they'd win. But we did have 340 applications from 62 countries, and most of them were aimed at making global goods. I mean, two of our other winning teams, Bushy Health and Living Goods, understand that rural regions in India and Africa are very vulnerable to outbreaks and disease spread. And so they're supporting community health workers through digital to deliver better services. The Sentinel forecasting system, one of our joint second winners, is integrating real-time data on viruses like Lassa fever circulating in animals and looking at land use and past spillover to try and predict where things are going to spill over and where the risk is next. AI is being used by blood counts, the mathematical department in Cambridge, because what they show is that over 70% of the 3.4 billion full blood counts done across the world every year are done using one Japanese company's machines that holds lots of data deep inside. And their preliminary data using AI shows us a COVID signature. Now, if that holds true, then we've got a screening test for the whole of the world. So, you know, from blockchain being used by the winner vaccine ledger to make sure that vaccines are not lost en route, not wasted, it's just amazing what digital and technology can do, and that will benefit all countries. And so that's what we were after. But you have to put all of that beside the amazing developments in vaccine technology that we're going to need for new variants as they develop, and think also much more in the future about logistics, not just blockchain technology, but the science of how we make sure we don't get queuing, and how we get what products we need to the people who need them on the front line. So data, technology, logistics, many different sciences coming together to help the world going forward.
Thank you, Dame Sally. Kang, I wanted to turn it back to you for 1 second. What is one piece of advice that you would like to pass on to the innovators that we are just about to announce as our 2021 Health Security and Pandemics cohort? One piece of most important advice about working with Solve.
I'm not a very good advisor, so I have like one helpful idea that I think is will be very helpful. I think creating impactful and sustainable change is a very, very long game. So for us, it took almost a decade to be recognized and elevated by Solve program and the Trinity Challenge. So just do not give up just yet, and the journey has just begun.
Amazing. What great advice to close on, and what an inspiring message. So thank you both so much for your time today, for your commitment to partnering to solve the world's greatest health challenges. And we are so excited, and hopefully we have really inspired our new Health Security and Pandemics cohort, which we are announcing right now. So thank you again, Dame Sally. Thank you, Kang. And without further ado, Please welcome Solve's 2021 Health Security and Pandemics Solver class.
Health security and pandemics. SMILE, Smart Last Mile Cooling System. Pamoja. Vula Mobile. Crowd Droning by Globi. Cybal's Annie One. MCare app. And Striata.
Hello, I'm Kitty Leal, the founder of Adiabatic. I spent 13 years building innovative systems in cryogenic temperatures at minus 270 degrees Celsius in places such as CERN, home to the Large Hadron Collider. In 2014, I took part in a hackathon at CERN, where I realized there's a big problem. According to the WHO, pre-COVID-19, 2 to 3 million children died each year of a vaccine-preventable disease, and 20 million still lack basic vaccinations. One of the reasons is that during the last few miles of delivery, the so-called last mile, vaccines become damaged by fluctuations in temperature. I founded Adiabatic to solve important problems with smart innovation. So what is a typical last mile journey? Health workers carry cool boxes with ice packs in hot weather and over difficult terrain. Bear in mind the vaccines must be kept between 2 and 8 degrees before injection, and these journeys can take up to 6 days. Current solutions, however, either freeze vaccines or last barely a day when in use. One of the issues is human error. For example, using an incorrect amount of ice, repeatedly opening the lid, and leaving the lid open throughout the session. Our solution is SMILE, a patented smart last mile cooling system. SMILE is the only last mile solution that reduces human error and spoilage. It is low tech and fail proof. Our one ice pack design means there's no need and no chance of using the wrong number of ice packs. Once the ice pack is inserted, it can last for 3 to 6 days without power, while monitoring and displaying the remaining cool life. The self-closing door and air locking mechanism mean it's okay to forget to close the lid. SMILE comes with a backpack in which it can operate. Users turn the dial to the desired chamber to retrieve their vaccines. Only minimal vaccines are exposed, so the rest stay cool. SMILE will improve efficiency in many temperature-sensitive applications, such as critical research and end-to-end cold chains worldwide. SMILE has been iterated, tested, and field-proven. We're entering the manufacturing stage and looking for early adopters. We'd like to work with MIT Solver teams to bring SMILE to the field, the lab, and clinics to save lives and ensure critical research is uninterrupted. Let's spread SMILE across the world.
Ten years ago, I visited a psychiatrist for the first time. He gave me an ADHD diagnosis, and it became a turning point in my life because it came that years late and some damage had been done. My name is Iregi Mwenja, the CEO of PDO Kenya, the organization behind Pamoja initiative. The reason it took me that years and many other Kenyans a chance to see a specialist was because in our country, only 0.7% of the health facilities, public health facilities, have a mental health unit. We have less than 100 psychiatrists, mostly deployed in urban centers. Our country, stigma is also pervasive, and some people who would know where to go for help don't even go for it because of stigma. And our culture is also a stumbling block. I left a well-paying job in Nairobi in the city and came back to my community to form a solution that we call Pamoja. Pamoja initiative trains task-shifted lay community health workers, deploy them in their community where they become providers of lay mental health services and mental health champions. They are the ones who scout for people who need help, provide them with basic help, and then refer them to a PDO clinic. And also, they have a mobile backup unit which can go to their locality and provide services on the ground. We target the socially disadvantaged and people who would otherwise not afford the mainstream mental health services. In 4 years, we have managed to reach over 10,000 people. And when COVID came, we were able to stand up to be counted and support our health workers who are working in isolation wards across the country. We started in 2017, and in our 4th year, we're hoping to become a solver, and by so doing, get affiliation and mentorship and support from MIT, which will help us with our immediate plans or our immediate goal, which is to scale by replicating this model and also diversify the range of services that you're giving. This is the team behind Pamoja, and this is the future of mental health in Kenya.
My name is Dr. William Mapham. My passion is improving healthcare in rural and underserved areas. This was the road to my first job as a junior doctor. It was an hour and a half to drive to petrol and 3 hours from the nearest ice cream. And we worked very hard to improve healthcare in the area, but we had no access to specialist advice. Many of our patients had to travel huge distances to get to specialist services, often driving up to 7 hours. However, it was only when I was specializing, this is me specializing as an ophthalmologist, that I realized I was seeing patients, I was teaching students, more patients were waiting, and I was too busy to answer the phone that was ringing off the corner with people like me in the past trying to get hold of a specialist. So we built Vula to connect healthcare workers with specialists. It's a simple app, requires no training to use, and uses 20 times less data than WhatsApp. It connects the healthcare workers at the front line directly to specialists, and they call this connection a Vula. The specialists respond, and all the data is collected for health managers to manage their systems going forward. The response times from the specialists on Vula is less than 15 minutes, really bringing specialist care into rural areas. In 2014, we launched my specialty, ophthalmology. And in 2015, we were voted South Africa's most innovative app. In 2017, I left ophthalmology to go full-time onto Vula and to help connect more frontline healthcare workers with more specialties. In 2019, we were now available in 53 different specialties, and we were voted South Africa's best health solution. Last year, we were part of the national response to the COVID pandemic, and that work continues to this day. We launched a public helpline to help members of the public get access to advice. We had free testing for healthcare workers in both the public and the private sector. And we also used for the referrals to treatment centers. So right now, if you get COVID in South Africa, you might be referred on Vula to your nearest treatment center. The National Department of Health describes Vula as the patient referral system that is both the glue that holds the health system together and the oil that helps it work efficiently. Today, Vula is sent every minute, connecting a frontline healthcare worker with a specialist, resulting in a huge amount of data that we would like to make use of. Our team is extremely enthusiastic. We're unusual for a tech company. We're more female than male, and we come from 11 different cultures. For the future, I really would like to use the opportunity to network, gain investment, and to help turn our data into AI reality that is useful in Africa. Thank you very much.
% of the world's population is at risk of getting affected by malaria. And every year, 230 million people in 87 countries are being diagnosed with malaria. The disease also costs about $12 billion to treat every year. And yet malaria could be prevented to a fraction of that cost. And one of the solutions to do so is to be able to identify malaria mosquito breeding sites and eliminate the malaria mosquito eggs before they become malaria transmitting mosquitoes. And that's what we're currently doing at Crowdrunning by Globee. Crowdrunning by Globee is a digital platform connected to over 3,800 drones in 87 countries, collecting image data with drones on demand. What was previously a lengthy and complex process for our clients is now being reduced to the simplicity of ordering an Uber, easy to order drone data on demand through drones anywhere at any time. Our solution is currently being used by humanitarian organizations such as UNICEF and research institutes such as Liverpool School of Tropical Medicine to help prevent malaria outbreaks in Malawi by identifying high-risk areas for malaria, and by being able to do so, allocate the resources to where they need to go and when they need to be there. The reason for why our clients are ordering drone data through Crowdrunning by Globee is that drone data is of much higher quality, making detailed analysis possible, such as finding malaria mosquito breeding sites. It's also in real time, where satellite data many times are lagging from somewhere between 3 weeks to even up to 2 years. Almost every day, we have new drone pilots signing up to Crowdrunning by Globee, which is great because we're growing at a quite rapid scale, enabling us to help prevent additional disease outbreaks and disasters along the road. It's also fantastic because it's a great way for us to be able to fuel the gig economy around the world by helping provide paid freelance gigs to drone pilots around the world. Last but not least, all our drones are battery driven, which is a very environmentally friendly way to collect data. The team behind Crowdrunning by Globee is a team of 10 very passionate, both tech experts and social impact believers, ranging from drone pilots to programmers to data scientists, and myself being the team leader, Helena Samsio. We are currently looking for more partnerships so that we can scale and hopefully not just prevent malaria outbreaks, but also other type of disease outbreaks and disasters around the world. And we believe that the partnership with MIT Solve could really help us reach that next stage. We hope that you would like to join our journey of creating a better future with drones. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Steve Zhu, CEO, co-founder of Cybal Health, where we're trying to deliver better health data for all. So our story starts 3 years ago. We were developing wireless sensors to allow for premature infants to be better held by their mothers, to eliminate skin injuries in this highly vulnerable group. And then COVID-19 hit, and we realized the same technologies we were developing for premature infants could be useful in the setting of pandemics, adult monitoring in both the ICU and the remote setting. Our process, we're very proud to include the voices of both parents and patients in the design and operation of our technology. So enter Cybal's Annie-1 platform, the world's first ICU-grade wearable with direct applicability to infectious diseases. Rather than just measuring one or two things, we really measure them all. Vital signs from heart rate, respiratory rate, blood oxygenation to temperature and even blood pressure. This is the world's first device that is actually able to give you ICU-grade data on a continuous basis. It works with all mobile devices from Android to iOS, tablets, and smartphones, enhancing scalability across multiple different platforms. We've also done more than just simply develop sensors that report back vital signs. We've implemented new machine learning algorithms that actually can detect changes in your vital signs that can be indicative of asymptomatic, pre-symptomatic, or early symptomatic disease. We conducted a clinical trial with 325 subjects with close contacts that had COVID-19, funded by the US military and BARDA, to provide early alerts that may suggest that you should quarantine or get a confirmatory PCR test to prevent infecting others. We've built this platform around remote monitoring, allowing allowing these sensors to connect with your phone. So again, compatibility with multiple different devices. That data is also safely secured and sent to a cloud where that data can then be made accessible to you as a patient, your provider, even healthcare administrators monitoring overall global health in regards to our sensor systems. All of this work is published in peer-reviewed journals at the highest levels. Our data, our outputs, our comparisons against gold standard monitoring systems, demonstrating both technical feasibility and proving the value of our technology. We're an excited, mission-driven team of over 50 engineers, doctors, scientists. We're very proud of our partners from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to Merck for Mothers, Save the Children Foundation, Anthem Health, and Draeger Medical. We're very excited to be an MIT Solve finalist where we can focus on taking our technology and applying it to underserved populations here in the United States that are most vulnerable to COVID-19 and other infectious diseases. Thank you.
During the pandemic, MCare and AI Super App transitioned to a digital compass that transmits geolocated data of index cases of contagious diseases from rural communities with no doctors to health authorities. I am Okwalua Ashimi, the CEO of MCare. Today, I want to share with you the story of Ajite, living in Laduba community in Nigeria. With a 24-person household, a persistent cough was a source of concern, as she put them at risk of an outbreak. When our community healthcare worker reached her, we were able to use MCare to reach a differential diagnosis of COVID or tuberculosis, both of which are diseases of public health concern. Our geolocated data was transmitted to the nearest primary healthcare center, and she was able to get the support and treatment she needed, saving the Laduba community from an outbreak and herself. But Ajite is not alone. 693 million Africans living in rural communities with no doctors are at risk of a pandemic every single minute. This is why MCare is an important tool as such a time as this. Using our AI decision support tool, we're able to reach differential diagnosis for complicated diseases and definitive diagnosis for primary healthcare diseases, while alerting authorities of contagious diseases that are public health concern. This ensures that every single case gets the support and treatment that it needs. So far, we have treated over 1 million cases, and we hope to do more. Not just for the 693 million Africans living in rural communities, but 3 billion people across the world who also are at risk. My team and I, including our 250 community healthcare workers, who are our heroes going to every community to provide care, as well as Wale Sola, our in-house physician, and Marilyn, our AI machine learning expert, as well as myself, the pharmacist with an MBA, call on you to support our journey to ensure that every community is secure from a potential pandemic. Thank you.
In my country, stadiums prepared to vaccinate tens of thousands are met with a slow trickle of cars, while health centers facing urgent demand don't receive vaccines. When resources are scarce, precision matching supply to demand saves lives. But the data infrastructure for pandemic response looks backwards, documenting the past. Systems that explain what will happen next deliver time to prepare, time to allocate to the right points on the map. Strata is software that optimizes the supply chain, predicting what will happen across the site, the stock, the people who need care. Predictions help organizations triage. Strata makes predictions by learning from customer data and from public data, satellite imagery to social media to government statistics. Strata has been proven in Sierra Leone and in California. in Nigeria, and in Mozambique. Here's the evidence. Strata generates a forecasting margin of error of within 1.5 vaccine doses for every 100 doses that are ultimately used across 4,000 sites in Tanzania, a 97% improvement over the approach used today. In Nigeria, in Mozambique, Strata predicts individual health-seeking behavior with significant accuracy, enabling health workers to reach 4 times as many people at risk. To send resources where they will be used effectively, you must know the condition of each site. Strata infers the capabilities of every health facility in Sierra Leone, every community health center in California. Strata is predicting emergency readiness. Strata determines where millions of dollars of investment is made to increase resiliency. Machine learning delivers increasing returns at scale. We've cut the cost of implementation by more than 50% each time we deploy Strata. MIT Solve resources and community will drive impact. This is our ambition. Scale Strata to 3 additional countries. Build the software as free and open source. Invest in capacity building. Pandemic response has been focused on increasing supply. It's not enough. Macrolize depends on local partners to support, to inform, to enable. MIT Solve brings partnerships for greater engagement, greater scale. Meaningful problems are multidimensional. Strata learns from hundreds of inputs, hundreds of different points of view to assess health systems. We have a diverse team distributed across Africa, Europe, North America to ensure multiple points of view. We've shown it's possible to predict what supply chains must do next to address shifts on the ground before they occur. Help us give more governments the tools to make health systems proactive. The world cannot wait. Thank you.
And this is our new 2021 Health Security and Pandemic Silver Cohort. You may have already gathered, SOLVE is a community of action. So as you go through the day, do think about how you want to engage with us. And typically during these events, we always have a generous supporter making a donation on the spot. So if that's you, do get in touch and we'd love to announce it at the closing. We've now reached the end of our opening plenary and morning Solver showcase. You will discover the rest of the Solver class across 3 more challenges starting at 12 p.m. ET, followed by our closing plenary where we will announce over 2.3 million in prize funding and hear from many more exciting speakers and artists. Hello again. For those just joining, we have a ton of exciting content to come. In just a minute, you'll discover our Equitable Classrooms Solver cohort, followed by the Antiracist Technology in the US cohort, and then finally, the Resilient Ecosystems cohort. You'll have the chance to hear brilliant innovators for those 3 challenges pitch their solutions to you, and pay attention to your favorite because voting for the Solve Community Award is still open until 1:30 p.m. All right, are you ready to meet the next 2021 Solver cohort? Here's the 2021 Equitable Classroom Solver teams. Equitable Classrooms, Otsimo, Taito Online, Sensory Ready, Ubongo, Jovensalud.net, Pro Game Coding Without Computers, and Rocket Learning.
Today, I want to introduce the most important people in my life, my brother Alper. Alper has autism. He can't talk. He can't go outside or eat alone. He can't even focus on education more than 5 minutes, but he loves iPads. He can focus on iPads more than 50 minutes. Autism is a neurodevelopment disorder and it affects brain development. The only solution for autism today is early and intensive education. Like autism, there are 6 million kids in the US need special education. The problem is special education is too expensive and inaccessible. Families need to pay 3 times more on education than typical families, which means that families need to pay $52 billion to just getting right education for their kids. We need a better and accessible way to reach special therapy. That's because we create Otsimo. Otsimo is a really simple solution. We are democratizing the special therapies through mobile applications and in-home therapy solutions. The first app we have called Otsimo Special Education. We have more than 100 games and use scientific education methods for that. And we have comprehensive curriculum. Like that, we start from the animals or shapes to life skills and go through the reading and writing or literacy. Moreover to that, 30% of autistic cannot talk more than a few words. That's because we have a speech therapy app. And in this app, we use peer video models like that, and kids learn how to speak from their peers. And it's also used scientific method, and it works. Kids love it. Kids love our apps. Like one of our testimonies said that right now, he even started early reading, and which leads us the best autism app in the world. You can ask me that how you can sustain that. What's your business model? It's really simple. The core education is free for everyone, and you can subscribe to premium education as little as $10 per month. We are also working with businesses and governments to make it more affordable, like we did in Turkey. We work with the government and the biggest telco operator, Turkcell, and right now our app's free for everyone in Turkey. And in MIT Seoul, we are looking for partners to scale this to the different regions. We have reached more than 300,000 kids all over the world, mostly in US, Canada, Turkey, and Europe. But the most important thing for me, I changed my brother's life. He learned how to read and write through our application. This is our AppSim team, which has psychologists, educators on board. We create Otsimo, and we know that we are changing the future now.
I'm Lindsay Trofe, founder of Title Online, and today I want to introduce you to John, a middle school science teacher whose students are majority by POC and low SES, and his school's science performance is normally worse than the district. In the 8 years he's been there, he hasn't had a student score in the outstanding category. And this is common. Only 33% of 8th grade students meet science targets, and there's massive equity gaps, with disadvantaged students being 3 years behind. John's problems were compounded by COVID-19. He needed better options to support his instruction than, for example, having students watch a video of a ball rolling to teach kinetic energy. And that's when John found us. Title Online empowers students to actually do science. It's experiential social learning in a video game. John's students hung out in squads and chatted with each other while they played, collaborating. They got to create avatars that represented them, and the engagement worked. 40% of his students did more educational quests than he had assigned. For instruction, students then get to do hands-on, meaningful problems in the game. So for example, to learn about genetics, a councilwoman came to them and let them know the city would be facing a food shortage soon, and she wanted their help. They then go to work with a botanist in a lab, choosing from various plants to crossbreed with, learning about selective breeding, planting the results, and seeing if they could grow larger, high-yield crops. They even ran experiments on water and light levels to see how those environmental factors could further increase crop yield. Our approach uses a number of strategies designed to engage marginalized students, from representation to showing that STEM careers are creative, collaborative, and have a social impact. Title Online also supports teachers in student-centered, inquiry-based pedagogy. And this is critical because marginalized students are more likely to be taught with fact memorization and have unqualified teachers. And we've measured our impact to see that it works. For example, in a pilot with NSF funding, we saw a 12% increase in critical 21st century science and engineering skills. And to return back to John's class, for his science scores this year, he went from being below the district's performance to having 1.7 times more students meeting expectations, and from no students in the outstanding category to 8%. In January, we were able to launch Title Online into the web browser, creating increased accessibility. It even works on low-end Chromebooks. And we saw fantastic results. Last school year, we had 30% month-over-month active user growth, and we supported 6,200 students like John's. Our diverse team is based in Buffalo, New York, and we're excited for the next phase of this work, as we're now ready to begin to scale. We have a price per student revenue model with initial revenues establishing financial feasibility. And we're beginning to implement our expansion strategy that will bring us to 360,000 students in 3 years. As part of this, we're also going to open up a free tier to expand equitable access. We have opportunity for content partnerships with this model, and we look forward to MIT Solve's potential support for scaling and partner introductions. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ayman. I'm the product designer and co-founder of Iris Solutions. We are on a mission to provide every classroom with a sensory environment. Sensory environment entails the idea and the ability to control the surroundings. Music, lights, visuals, and sounds have a tremendous impact on our brain, and at least it affects our focus, attention span, and mood. And it also is a very powerful idea for a child or a student in their classroom. And it's a tool that educators, teachers, and parents can use in order to break the communication barriers, to have to grab the attention of the child and have a more efficient communication, which translates to a better educational journey. Sensory environments is not a novelty. In the early 70s, the body of research started compiling, and in the beginning of 2000, it started getting commercialized. Yet it had always two issues. First, it's quite expensive, making it exclusive only for large institutions. And second, it's bulky. It takes a lot of time, space, and effort in order to have it in a classroom. The novelty in what Iris team did with the Sensory Ready, we claim that we have the first modular, plug and play, and affordable sensory environment. And it comes loaded with a bundle of content that helps teachers throughout in their class, interactive educational content that works online and offline. In the last 6 years, while we were developing this solution, we've worked with a variety of researchers, designers, content curators, and research institutions from around the world. And today, there are more than 70,000 children and adults benefiting on a daily basis from the Sensory Ready in more than 250 institutions across 5 countries. COVID was tough, yet we've managed to survive it. And we're privileged now to see how teachers are using it in creative ways that we've never thought of in order to integrate children back into the school and the class environment. Becoming a solver with MIT will help us in order to access a network to refine and enhance our experience, and also to get the message across and do a bigger impact. We believe in the next 10 years, every classroom and educational space will have some sort of a sensory environment. And we believe we have the key in order to kick off this revolution by making it accessible and affordable like never before. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Fatima Ismail from Ubongo, a Pan-African social enterprise that creates and distributes fun education content for kids in Africa. Growing up, I hated school. Basically, every day I watched my teacher write words on the blackboard, which I then wrote in my book. And that was learning, no other alternatives. Recently, I met Amani, a 10-year-old girl who still experiences learning at school in the same way. She also doesn't have access to digital learning nor content that is relevant to her. Along with Amani, this is true for millions of other kids in Africa, where only 6% can access online learning. With the onset of COVID, the education infrastructure in Africa collapsed, and the digital divide became even wider. 500 million kids lost access to learning, including Amani. Luckily, Ubongo was already equipped to deliver learning to millions of these kids outside of classroom, regardless of their access to digital technology. We leveraged the power of entertainment, rigorous research, and the insights from kids themselves to create and distribute localized educational content through accessible technologies like radio, TV, SMS, and interactive voice response. And because of Ubongo's quick response, Amani was able to continue learning. Living in a remote village in Tanzania, Amani accesses Ubongo content in a few different ways. She listens to the solar-powered radio at home with her family, and since she doesn't have access to a TV nor electricity at home, she watches Ubongo shows at the local video screening centers with her friends, where they transport themselves to Ubongo's magical world of learning and discover the fun in STEM, gain confidence, and build their characters through connecting with relatable characters and their stories. In those 30 minutes, through the characters she loves, Amani learns how to create a lasting change in the community. We deliver lessons not only to Amani, but to 24.6 million other kids across the continent, where kids who watch our show experience a 12% increase in learning outcomes. We reach kids sustainably at just 8 cents per child. By 2025, we will reach 60 million kids by leveraging strategic partnerships who will help us distribute our content widely. At scale, Ubongo will empower all kids in Africa with the skills, mindsets, and collective agency to change the world for better. Our team of educators and creators believe that kids should be their own leaders in learning. Through MIT Solve, we want to gain access to a wider funding network through which we can leverage that investment to amplify our impact. Furthermore, Ubongo will contribute to MIT's goal to build a global ecosystem of people and organizations to create a more equitable world for kids, starting with Amani. Thank you.
My name is Adriana Gomez. I am the Executive Director of Teensmart International, and I'm joining you from our Costa Rican office to tell you about jovensalud.net. I think today you'll see that this is not just a good, a smart, healthy idea. It's a big idea. Because of COVID-19, Latin America has endured the longest school shutdowns of any region in the world. According to UNICEF, 100 million children in Latin America are still in full or partial distance learning. Millions of students in Latin America may have already left the school system, according to World Bank. Right now, formal education is intermittent and confusing. Teens and their families are isolated and overwhelmed, lost, scared, frustrated. Supporting teens on their journey through adolescence is the mission of Teensmart International. You can think of our e-learning platform, jovensalud.net, like a virtual youth center for teens throughout Latin America. All they have to do is register online, and they get free access to online coaching, self-assessment health quizzes with empowering feedback, virtual life skills courses like bullying prevention and online safety, and micro-learning messages that remind teens of their goals and educate them along the way. And the impact has been huge. We have 80,000 registered users, 10,000 online course graduates, and 500 online coaching requests weekly. And we have recognition from some of the most prestigious prizes in the Americas. Our ample experience with youth-centered virtual support made us realize right away that we needed to increase our capacity and offerings for teens, and especially the teens who are feeling excluded from school. Which is why in 2021, we launched Yo Me Preparo, aka I Am Ready, a micro-learning campaign to prevent the school dropout, support the students' mental and physical health, and also help them to prepare for a career. Any 10 to 24-year-old can participate for free and will receive multimedia calls to action messages twice a week. In addition, learners can request crisis support report violence, and mitigate cyberbullying. As you can see, jovensalud.net is not just a good idea, it's a big idea, which is why we cannot stop here. There are 70 million teens just in Central America and Mexico, and we want every single one of them to be empowered with Teen Smart services. So in the past, we served 80,000 teens. Now we want to serve millions. jovensalud.net has the capacity to scale globally to support young learners to develop 21st century skills and competences, and MIT Solve can help us to do so. By becoming a Solver team, we will be able to build more networks for greater impact. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I'm Suraj Mayu, and I'm the founder of Next Skills 360. We enable students to learn and move away from rote learning. I'm an IT professional turned social entrepreneur. Our co-founder and me, we started this journey 7 years ago as life skills educators. While teaching life skills in remote government schools, we realized that a great divide exists between government schools and private schools in India. The government school students struggle to gain access to quality education, good teachers, quality learning aids. To add to the problem, 87% of schools in India do not have computers. We thought, then how are these underprivileged students supposed to learn coding skills, which is a 21st century skill? So we went back to our drawing boards, iterated over 25 designs over a period of 2 years, and came up with ProGame. 2 parts of a solution: Scratch's block programming items printed on perforated cardboard sheets, and a mobile app. Only the teacher in a classroom is required to carry a mobile phone. Even a low-end smartphone would work. So how do we use this phygital product? Step 1, place the blocks on the cardboard sheet and scan with our app. Step 2, blocks appear on the screen. Step 3, press run to see your creation in action. Learners can scan multiple boards and add any number of characters within an activity. This way, they can make complex games and activities. Here are some activities that the learners can do with ProGame. Not just fun games, concepts learned in math, science, social, and other subjects are also reiterated. Over 500 such pre-built activities available within the question bank. This way, our coding kit doubles up as a STEM kit as well. Some of our learners in action: students and teachers using the product during coding sessions. The architecture: to a teacher in a classroom, the app's core functionality is as simple as that of a point-and-shoot camera. Behind the scenes, machine learning models and Google Cloud services are at play. Why does our approach work? There is no electricity or internet required. Gamified learning, very inexpensive kit, costs a little over $3. Question bank covers math, science, social, and other subjects. Interactive learning, there's an analytics engine as well. Here's a snapshot of what we have been doing thus far. We received a grant from HDFC Bank, and projects with over 20 entities are currently underway. This is our core team. Most of us have been together for the past 7 years. Our goal is to reach 1 million students by 2025, and we believe MIT Solve can provide us with the right impetus. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Namya from Rocket Learning, where we're building technology that revolutionizes early childhood education for 10 cents per child. I come from India, and my parents were my first teachers. They filled our home with books and educational toys. Even when they were tired, they spent time solving puzzles and asking me questions. But not all children win this birth lottery. I want you to meet one of our Rocket Learning children, Bhuvan. Bhuvan is 5 years old, and he lives in a large urban slum. Like 70% of children his age, he goes to a government-run daycare center where he's fed and vaccinated but learns nothing. His parents are both migrant workers who care deeply about his education, but they don't know where to start. Without intervention, this means that Bhuvan may be one of 40 million Indian second graders who can't recognize a single letter or a single number. This is where Rocket Learning comes in. Over 75% of Indian households have a smartphone, and all of them use WhatsApp. We leverage WhatsApp to share delightful content. Our research-backed pedagogy focuses on basic literacy, numeracy, and cognitive skills, and we share it on a group to facilitate peer-to-peer sharing. We couple this with behavioral nudges. Here's how it works in practice. Every day, parents get a couple of educational videos. For instance, find 3 circular objects in your home. This is so simple that any parent at any educational level can do. At the end of the video, we send parents a call to action. Share a photo or video of you doing this activity with your child on the WhatsApp group. Families are on this group with other families of their child's school. This creates peer effects and accountability. It's like a self-help group in education. Additionally, our technology lets us send out real-time, personalized nudges. For instance, this report card that goes out to every group on Monday. It helps parents keep track of their participation. Over time, parents build a habit and become their child's first and best teachers. Just 4 months in our program helps children develop foundational learning skills. And we're already working with JPAL to understand our impact better. Here's how we scale. We work with governments to add our bot to every parent-teacher group, covering 90% of parents in that district or state. We've already worked with 200,000 children in our very first year of operation. This year, we're on track to serve 1 million children in 5 states. My co-founders and I have worked in education with communities and technology, and we believe that we can now make a fully scalable early childhood education system for children everywhere. To realize this vision, we need your help. Partnering with MIT Solve will help us gain access to technology experts and resources that will help us make sure that every child gets the early childhood education they deserve. I hope you will join us.
Congratulations, Equitable Classroom Solver teams. After these last 2 school years, on behalf of myself and parents everywhere, thank you for making learning more accessible and more inclusive. Up next, we are introducing the 7 solutions selected for our Antiracist Technology in the US Challenge. Last summer in the US, we all witnessed the outcry around police brutality, systemic racism, and Solve wanted to increase our commitment. So after discussion with those working on racial justice here at MIT and with community leaders across the country, we scoped a challenge focused on how technology can be used towards racial equity and creating an anti-racist society. I'm excited for you to hear from them. Following that, we'll be joined by one of our Solve partners, Gwyneth Gall, Executive Director, Strategic Partnerships and Community at Comcast NBC Universal, for a fireside chat with one of our new anti-racist tech solver teams. I'm not telling you who. You'll have to find out for yourself. Anti-racist technology in the US. Weird Enough Productions. Earth, Birth Without Bias. Finequity. Justice Text. Exhale App. Thrive Equity Audits. And Nexus.
Hi, my name is Tony Weaver Jr., and I'm the founder of Weird Enough Productions. We're a nonprofit organization that uses diverse comics for social emotional learning and anti-racism in schools. I founded Weird Enough while I was a junior in college as a result of an experience that I had during my first year. While volunteering at a local elementary school, I mentored a Black 4th grade student named Nazir. Every time I spoke with him, he loved to tell me about all of his favorite superheroes. But when Halloween was coming up, he told me that he didn't feel like he could be any of them because none of them looked like him. When I looked at Nazir, I thought about myself in middle school, attempting to end my own life due to racism and bullying from my teachers and my peers. My experience with Nazir showed me that my problem wasn't individual, it was institutional. So I started doing research, and what I found was staggering. Suicide and depression rates among young people are at a 20-year high. And it was at that 20-year high before quarantine impacted student mental health and made it even worse. 70% of students lack the civic reasoning required to be digital citizens. So even though they're spending lots of time on platforms like Discord, Twitch, and TikTok, they don't have the tools to navigate how it's impacting their self-esteem. Lastly, rising racial tensions have created an especially difficult climate for students of color. When I was in my dark place, the thing that brought me out was manga, anime, video games. I found myself in the pages of underdog heroes that endeavor to keep going and keep trying. So I thought, what if I could use the same thing that helped me to support young people today? And that was where the idea for Get Media Lit came from, an ed tech platform where we combine our comics with lesson plans that improve student literacy, digital literacy, and social emotional learning. The Lit in Get Media Lit is an acronym for Learn, Inquire, and Transform. In Learn lessons, students learn more about themselves and the world. We take the microaggressions that they encounter every day and give them tools to navigate them in a more positive light and prevent them from happening in the first place. In Inquire lessons, we give students digital citizenship and critical thinking skills so that they can properly vet sources and have a healthy relationship with the technology that they use on a daily basis. In Transform lessons, we help students identify their own personal strengths so that they can impact their communities and the world in ways that only they can. And as a result, we've had an amazing impact. We've worked with over 2 million students, and 90% of them have reported improvements in mental health. 95% of them have shown improvements in literacy. And that impact has allowed us to have some amazing partnerships. We've worked with Warner Media, who's allowing us to partner with HBO Max and use their platform to get our content in the hands of even more people. We partner with organizations like Samsung that are putting our comics and lesson plans onto every Samsung phone starting in 2022. We've also partnered with organizations like Microsoft and Gucci. We were named Champions for Change by CNN, and I made history as the first comic writer to ever be selected for the Forbes 30 Under 30. With the national, international team of technologists, authors, educators, and artists, we're working to create impact in the communities that we care about most, to show every young person that as long as you love yourself, you're never too weird, you're just weird enough. Thank you.
Kira Johnson, Dr. Shanice Wallace, Shalon Irving. These are just a few of the Black mothers who have died during or after childbirth in recent years. In fact, Black women are 243% more likely to die during this time, with racism and bias being a root cause of this inequity. Current solutions such as anti-bias trainings just aren't working. There's been zero accountability, and instead of transparency, what we have is tick the anti-bias box. But imagine a world where bias-free care was a human right, and all of these Black mothers were here with us and with their babies. My name is Kimberly Sales-Allers, and I'm the founder of Earth, as in the word birth, but we dropped the B for bias. Earth is a dual market app that allows Black women and birthing people to find and leave reviews of their OBGYNs, birthing hospitals, and pediatricians. On the back end, Earth turns those qualitative reviews into quantitative data. Our app surfaces hyperlocal, detailed patient feedback on patient behaviors, bridging the gap between patient and provider to identify where systems are failing and helping those systems to improve. Quite simply, we help hospitals learn from the living. By detecting early signs of bias to prevent adverse events, we create community-driven feedback loops and help redefine what anti-racist care looks like by centering the lived experience of Black birthing people. Our community is excited and hospitals are already listening. We launched our first hospital pilot in Detroit with others in the works in Philadelphia, New York, and LA. We have national partnerships with organizations working in hospital using Earth as a community-centered monitoring mechanism, proving Earth's ability to bring equity to quality improvement and patient safety. My team and I are excited and ready to go with your help. We've already raised over $600,000 in grants, but we're coming to the end of that funding cycle. We're looking for more grant funding to build the next iteration of Earth, increase our analytic capabilities, and expand our marketing and engineering. We also need advisors and business partners to support our successful transition to a for-profit social enterprise. Our goal is to become that good housekeeping seal of approval for Black and brown birthing people, our consumer beacon for respectful anti-racist care. Join us. Together, we can make bias-free care a human right.
Hi, I'm Brianne, the COO of Finequity, and I want to tell you a story about Matt. Matt has spent over 25 years in prison and came home and has lived in the shelter system. Matt was selected for an affordable apartment lottery, but he wasn't able to move forward because he did not actually have a credit score and could not pass the credit check. So he remained in the shelter system. Luckily, he was able to get a part-time job, but the problem now is that sometimes he's not able to get to and from his part-time job because he runs out of money for transportation before his next paycheck. His hope is that if he can keep his part-time job, then he'll be able to potentially save up for an apartment, establish credit, and finally leave the shelter system for good. Matt is not alone. There are over 300,000 formerly incarcerated community members who come home every year and have the hope of being able to sustain the economic progress that they have already achieved after being released. And for about 30% of them, they have an even tougher battle, which is that they're making this journey without even having a credit score. The current solutions that are available to them kind of have their own barriers of entry. The first one being that they're extremely extractive. So at a time where Matt has his lowest earning potential, he's going to be charged the highest cost capital that's extractive, and that'll include things such as upfront deposits, collateral, and interest. And even if it's not extractive, he's going to be caught in a catch-22, which is that to get credit or capital, you usually have to have credit or capital. We're doing things differently here at Finequity, which is we use co-creation and community input to design a digital solution that can be a resource for community members like Matt by first providing them a $150 personal loan to establish credit, providing financial mentorship, and if they need emergency capital so that in the nick of time, they can have a financial cushion wherein a small problem would not spiral into a financial emergency. So a small solution, but with big ramifications. And we're excited to join the MIT Solve Network because you have groups like the Educational Justice Institute that can help us expand the in-reach we already do with individuals living in correctional institutions, and to also help us gain a digital inclusion partner, which would be something new for us, but we understand is very closely related to the work that we do. In regards to the funding, we use the funding to really focus on our emergency capital loans because we think that's a part that we haven't been able to pilot, and that can help us extend the pilot we have currently now with our credit services. Fundamentally, what we are doing is we are changing what level of financial security formerly incarcerated community members have upon their release, making sure that they have easy access to critical resources such as apartments, jobs, phones, utilities, and more. We would like you to join us on this journey. Thank you.
Three months into my freshman year attending college in Chicago, the local government released a police dashcam video of an unarmed teenager named Laquan McDonald, who was shot 16 times by a local police officer. The officer received less than 7 years as punishment, but without the video, there likely would have been no accountability at all. Unfortunately, Laquan's story is not an anomaly. For decades, low-income communities of color have suffered from the impacts of over-policing. The main difference now is that these interactions are being caught on camera. Over 80% of criminal cases today involve some form of video, but this data means nothing without the tools to analyze it. In fact, 93% of Virginia's public defenders said they're completely overwhelmed by the demands of digital discovery. The groups that hold police accountable are at a major disadvantage, and we are working to change that. We're building the first centralized infrastructure for cataloging, storing, analyzing, and sharing audiovisual data in the criminal justice system. Justice Text is an evidence management tool that generates automated transcripts of digital discovery, extracts key legal insights, and makes it easy for attorneys to create clips in preparation for trial. Attorneys use our software to quickly find the 20-second clip in 5 hours of jail calls that can help exonerate their client. They use it to make sure their clients were read their Miranda rights in interrogations. We have already scaled to major public defense agencies across 8 states and signed annual contracts with Virginia's Indigent Defense Commission and the federal defenders in Kansas, Georgia, Texas, and more. These offices serve over 50,000 low-income individuals every single year. I recently spoke with an investigator who said that using Justice Text allowed her to identify a critical police statement and dismiss her client's case much faster than previously possible. We hope to scale to over 50 public defense agencies and 500 private criminal defense attorneys over the next year. And we have already secured pilots with New York City's mayor's office and Colorado's statewide public defender system. We're monetizing our service with a simple subscription model. And this year alone, we've generated over $280,000 in revenue. We hope the MIT Solve community can help us with connections across government and technical mentorship around our speech recognition software. My co-founder Leslie and I are technologists of color who are working every single day to build a more just and restorative criminal legal system. We hope you'll join us.
Hi, I'm Katara, founder of Excel App. Excel App is an emotional well-being app designed specifically for Black, Indigenous, and women of color to navigate and reduce the impact and effects of systemic racism. I was inspired to create Excel out of the trauma my community was facing last spring and summer. COVID, the killings of Ahmaud, Breonna, George, and others brought a level of stress, anxiety, and trauma to my community that was overwhelming. And seeing these deaths play out in our news feed was extremely traumatic. As I was reaching for apps that I normally reach for to manage my stress, I realized they were out of step and out of touch with where I was as a Black woman and where my community was during that time. And while there are 20,000 mental health apps in the market, there weren't any that were specifically designed to support BIWOC in navigating and reducing the effects that racism has. So I decided to create the very thing I was looking for. Excel has representation, and that's key. So our content speaks to and reflects the user. Our well-being resources partner with BIWOC in managing unique stressors that takes a toll on our mental and emotional health. We launched in August of 2020 and currently have over 6,000 users in 55 countries. Due to being quarantined, I had to use who I had at my disposal, and that's my amazing family and allies. They stepped up and volunteered their time, creativity, resources to help me launch Excel App. My allies pro bonoed all of their resources to support me. We have 5 categories of well-being: meditations, guided breathwork techniques, coaching talks, guided visualizations, and daily affirmations. The mental health app market is expected to grow to over 23% by 2027. Our current business model is free to download, free to use, but we plan to add a pay what you can model and establish partnerships to generate revenue. We plan to build 2.0 of Excel that would add a telehealth component where our users can connect to a coach or a therapist. We also want to offer resources to our broader community by potentially adding a translation option and to build our unique pay what you can model. We could use the support of the Solve community to access resources, connections, support in building 2.0 of Excel, and a shared community that wants to co-create a world where Black women and women of color can not only survive, but thrive.
Hi, I'm Omalara, and my single, poor, Black immigrant mom sent both of her kids to Harvard College. How did this happen? A budget decision. So my mom worked at a university which made the decision to offer free college to their employees. This allowed mom to go to school at night, become a pharmacist, and transition us out of poverty. So the extra money she had allowed us to attend better schools, which changed our lives forever. But we're the lucky ones. 84% of kids born in poverty will live in poverty for the rest of their lives. And we know that these are disproportionately Black and brown children. How do we stop this? Just like in my own family story, the answer lies in budgeting decisions, but at the government level. Local governments spend $3 trillion a year, but due to systemic racism, they spend more on school police officers than school social workers, more on foster care than in prenatal interventions. So at Thrive, we built software that identifies systemic racism in government spending. Our equity audits compile everything we know about what it takes to effectively combat poverty, from BIPOC-created programs to evidence-based practices. And we roll all of that into an index. And then we compare the index to what the government is actually spending money on. After the audit, we make recommendations for equity-centered budgeting. So we've developed audits for various government agencies like public schools, Parks and Rec, Health and Human Services, police, but we're more than a software company. After the audit, we invite BIPOC leaders to work with government officials to vet the measures, review the findings, and co-create final solutions together. Our process is gaining traction. Since January, 12 jurisdictions in 10 states have inquired about our software. But that is not enough. Because of our highly scalable solution, we have the ability to impact 38 million Americans living in poverty. But we need your help. We would love help from the Solve community in understanding how to navigate government sales cycles and also introductions to other government partners. This is the team. I'm the impact evaluator who knows what works in local government. Phil has his MBA and MPP from Harvard. He manages operations, and Evan is the developer who built the app. And together, we're making sure that local governments make better spending decisions so that my family story isn't the exception, but the rule.
How do you solve the complexities, the atrocities of racism? How do you reimagine an anti-racist world when we've only begun to recognize hate? I don't know. But what I do know is what unity looks like. It looks like what I've always known. My church giving my mama food when she needed it. The sharing of vaccines from one distribution organization to the next. The power of organizations coming together to fight against adultification bias. The arm-in-arm march for Black lives. The collaboration to end Asian hate. That is unity. A recent study found that 79% of Black-led organizations did not have a system for collecting data, developing KPIs, or sharing their metrics. My name is Mimi Stiles. I'm the founder and the president of Measure, and this is my team. Since 2015, Measure has been working diligently, directly with organizations to more effectively identify their impact metrics. In order to meet demand for our services, we realized that we needed a software-based solution. That's why we launched Nexus, a free cloud-based platform where Black, Indigenous, and all people of color can discover and share data, download dashboards with a racial equity-focused impact reporting feature, champion one another's outcomes on social media, and get notified about other organizations with similar goals. Last year, we tested this concept through the award-winning Innocence Initiative. 5 organizations, all tethered by one metric of serving youth. The result? Changes in school policy to address the school-to-prison pipeline, the introduction of House Bill 3485, where we advocated for more transparent disciplinary data in schools, a mentorship program for 10 Black girls in Travis County, the training of over 700 lawyers on how to protect Black girls, and over $200,000 collectively invested in the initiative. Through a fully productized Nexus, we can scale to serve hundreds of BIPOC-led organizations and this year and thousands the next. Structural racism results in disparate outcomes for people of color. Achieving health, education, criminal justice, and economic equity requires our support to those on the ground. With Nexus, our anti-racist technology tool, we have the solution that will help them connect and grow. It's our responsibility as those with access to technology to do justice. It's our part. That's unity. Thank you.
Hi, it is my pleasure to be here today at Virtual Solve Challenge Finals. What an exciting day. This year, Comcast has partnered with Solve to support the Anti-Racist Technology in the US Challenge, and we are thrilled to meet the selected Solver teams today. I am joined now by Omalara Fadigran, founder of Thrive and brand new Anti-Racist Technology in the US Solver team. Congratulations, Omalara. So we will move into a few questions. We've just heard your incredible pitch. And at Thrive, you enact change by partnering with local governments to break cycles of poverty and end premature death of Black and Brown people. Can you please give us an example of how you've been working with the municipality and how the process has gone thus far?
Yeah, I would love to. Thank you so much for having me. So fundamentally, Thrive is about moving money and power to break cycles of poverty. And we believe that we achieved both of those goals when we piloted our model in the health department in the city of Somerville. So when we got to Somerville, they had truly amazing system of care in the health department to serve vulnerable children. They called it a cradle to career network. So that means they contemplated everything that a child needed from infancy all the way through adulthood to be successful. But in speaking with recipients of the health department's program, so that's lower income moms that had young children, we found out that moms needed to identify pathways out of poverty for mom. So whether that was through language classes or continuing education or credentialing of some sort, and that makes sense, right? When we endeavor to improve kids' lives, often the best thing you can do is to improve the livelihoods of their parents, right? Their own households. Because kids not in poverty do way better than kids who are living in poverty. So we were able to recommend that the health department redirect spending allocations to pursue 2 generational strategies. So that means supporting moms and kids at the same time in the same household. And we recommended that they do that by deploying social workers who could help kind of support mom in navigating and identifying different poverty alleviating strategies that were already in the community, like those language classes or entrepreneurship classes or, continuing education. So that's how we recommended that they move money to break cycles of poverty. The way that we moved power was by elevating the voice of Somerville moms, right? So that the government was actually spending money in the way that moms said that they needed it most. So again, moving money and power to break cycles of poverty.
Wow. It's incredible what you're doing. And I'd say, one of the things in your pitch that you spoke about was not just being a software company. And clearly in that example, you outlined that. But I think, once you've determined what the sources of the systemic racism in government budgets, you bring in community members, you bring in leadership, and you look to really co-create solutions with the government officials. So, why do you think that this form of community forward collaboration is so essential in building a successful solution?
Gwyneth, thank you so much for asking me that question. Thrive is about systems change. And as great as our technology or any technology may be, we don't fundamentally believe that the technology alone can solve these deeply entrenched problems like intergenerational cycles of poverty, right? Systems that work actually have checks and balances to make sure that you don't retreat to old or wrong-headed kind of behaviors or decision-making. And we believe that that check and balance is power, right? And empowered populace and empowered and engaged citizenry that determines how the government spends money for its benefit, right? So we have our software and we use our software to produce data on government spending. And then we hand over that data to BIPOC community leadership to work with government officials to facilitate a process where governments are empowered to, be the architects of their social justice plans, racial justice plans in their own communities.
I love that. I mean, I think now more than ever, the collaborative nature of that approach is so important in ensuring that the community has the opportunity to participate in the solutions that are being built for them. So
absolutely.
Thank you. So, again, super excited about joining the Solve community and you being a part of it. So as you look forward and you're looking to participate in the program, scaling your impact over the next year, what are you looking for in terms of partnerships? How might other Solve members, such as myself and the broader community, be able to help?
Yeah, that's a fabulous question. We are really eager to engage in the whole Solve network because we have a big mission. And our big mission, state and local governments spend $3 trillion every single year. Our goal over the next 10 years is to move $1 billion to break cycles of poverty at the government level. And so we need government participants. And so to the extent that we have, university professors or public policy professionals that are actually working in jurisdictions, to the extent that we have corporate social responsibility teams that are willing to partner with us to really enact a social justice goal that is community created, philanthropy. We would love these stakeholders to partner with us in communities, with the government, with the residents to really break cycles of poverty. So we'd love warm introductions. We'd love to kind of strategize on, different approaches to city government and state government with partners that work already with state and local government, like corporate social responsibility teams and also like philanthropic partners.
That's great to hear. I'm excited for us to be able to continue our conversations. Are there any specific markets or geographies that are kind of bubbling to the top where maybe if a member of the Solve community wanted to dig in sooner than later, they might be able to help forge some of those relationships and partnerships?
Yeah. So, we have 50 states in this nation, and so we are truly a national company. I will say that in terms of specific markets, public education systems are really raising their hands for equity audits, and also kind of big and mid-size mayor and county governments are also hiring what they call chief equity officers to really look at policies and systems at a government level, which speaks directly to Thrive and our value proposition. So school districts, to recap, school districts and also mid-sized and smaller kind of city and county governments, I think would be amazing in terms of partnerships right now for us.
That's great. Thank you so much. And I know our time is coming to an end. It has been such a great pleasure to speak with you today and excited to have follow-up conversations and to follow your success. At Comcast, we're super thrilled to be part of this challenge and supporting this incredible cohort. We are excited to see where all of these innovators go next and to support Solve in deepening their commitment to racial equity and supporting innovators of color in the United States. Thank you for being a part of this conversation today, and thank you for your leadership.
Gwyneth and Omalara, thank you. I will take away the reminder that technology alone cannot solve our most complex problems. We need to empower the communities that are closest to those problems to be part of the solution. And folks, you heard Omalara. Do get in touch if you can help her scale her work. Now, we're about to move into our last round of pitches for today and discover our 2021 Resilient Ecosystem cohorts. But to start off that segment, I'd like to invite Maria Zuber to the stage. Maria is MIT's Vice President for Research and the E.A. Griswold Professor of Geophysics. Maria is also leading MIT's climate efforts and recently launched MIT's Plan for the World to Overcome Climate Change. Here's Maria, followed by the 2021 Resilient Ecosystem Solver class.
Hello, I'm Maria Zuber, MIT's Vice President for Research, and I'm delighted to have the opportunity to share a few thoughts with you in connection with this year's Solve Challenge Finals. As the person President Reif has charged with leading MIT's response to the climate crisis, I can say with confidence that no set of challenges are more in need of solutions than those related to climate change. Earlier this month, with the world still in the grips of the COVID pandemic, more than 200 health journals from around the world took the unprecedented step of publishing a joint editorial stating that climate change is the greatest threat to global public health. As terrible, disruptive, and costly as COVID has been, the harms that a changing climate will bring about promise to be far worse. And of course, there will be no vaccine for climate change. Researchers throughout MIT have been working on climate issues for decades. In the last several years, our efforts have intensified. In 2015, just before the Paris Climate Conference, we issued our first Plan for Action on Climate Change. This past May, we released an updated plan that we call Fast Forward. Fast Forward is based on a strategy for the world to overcome climate change. Succeeding at this, quite possibly the challenge of the century, requires that humanity do three fundamental things. First, to go as fast as we can, as far as we can, to reduce emissions with the tools that we have now. Second, to invest a suite of new tools for both reducing emissions and adapting to a changing climate, because we don't yet have all the tools we need. And third, train and empower the next generation, the young people who will take the baton and continue the race to solve the problem. Stopping climate change and adapting successfully to the changes that are already underway are really hard problems. But solving really hard problems is what we do at MIT. Solving really hard problems is a big part of what defines MIT. One example is our Climate Grand Challenges program, one of the flagship efforts of Fast Forward. Earlier this month, more than 24 teams comprised of more than 180 MIT faculty members and senior researchers submitted white papers in response to an invitation issued earlier this year. These teams are exploring such important matters such as finding carbon-free alternatives to fossil fuels, developing technologies to capture carbon so it doesn't build up in Earth's atmosphere, and devising public policies that can speed the uptake of new technologies, and many more. We are confident that MIT researchers can make a major contribution to addressing the world's climate crisis. But the problems are too big, too varied for any one institution to tackle them alone. This is why I'm such a big fan of Solve, which reaches out to problem solvers and entrepreneurs from around the world to find people with the best ideas for solving important problems and supporting their work to make their ideas a reality. This year's Resilient Ecosystem Solve Challenge could not be more timely or important. It seems that not a week goes by when we don't see intense heat waves, massive wildfires, or historically destructive and impactful storms. Resiliency and adaptation are critical because even if our mitigation efforts succeed brilliantly and quickly, the greenhouse gases humanity has already released into the atmosphere are going to be having impacts for decades, if not centuries to come. Earlier this summer, the UN's Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change issued a new report that stressed the urgency of decarbonizing the world's energy system by 2050. That's 29 years from now. 29 years might seem like a long way off, but it's not. We've got a lot to do and not a lot of time. If one thing makes me optimistic that we'll meet this challenge, it's seeing so many people contributing their ideas, talents, and time to tackling the climate crisis. People like this year's solvers. I want to thank all of you for being part of this challenge. Keep doing what you're doing. It's now my distinct pleasure to introduce our newest Solve cohort, the 2021 Resilient Ecosystem Solve class. Congratulations, teams.
Resilient ecosystems. BioMio. Safety net technologies. Geofisheries. NovFeed. Buy-in community planning. Folio Seed Bank and Mapeo.
My name is Alexandra Posada, and I have been lucky to have seen much of the developing world as a documentary filmmaker. But this experience has left me with the frustration of witnessing how those who produce our food are often those who are worse off. Take my newfound neighbors, Viviana and Luz Meri in the Colombian highlands. They invest in chemical inputs that degrade the land. They often sell their crops at a loss, and they make less than half the minimum wage, like most farmers in my country. To come up with a solution, we created BioMio, a market-based model that transforms the way we produce and sell food. So how does it work? Customers join BioMio by paying an upfront monthly fee for weekly deliveries of organic produce. Instead of purchasing a head of lettuce, they actually invest in the health of the land by paying for its future harvest. This means that we can forego intermediaries, we can secure all harvest sales, and we can guarantee a higher income for farmers. And today I'm thrilled to say that it actually works. After only 10 months, BioMio is 100% financially sustainable thanks to our three main strategies. 1, our monthly subscriptions. Farmers partner with BioMio and earn 60% of sales after covering costs. This means they know what they will earn and they can plan for the future. 2, our artisanal product line. With an innovative offer of over 30 products, we open new markets for everything from freshly made pasta to meat. And 3, regenerative agriculture. This allows us to increase crop biodiversity and soil regeneration, effectively strengthening our ecosystem and lowering production costs. So today, with BioMio, Luz Meri has increased her sales by 500% with the market for her dairy. And Viviana, responsible for our artisanal sauces, has saved up for a car, transforming her family's quality of life. BioMio opens opportunities for all kinds of local producers, from free-range egg producers to beekeepers to sweet makers to even our local drivers. And our growing team of farmers now earns double their income, making them think twice about migrating to the city. The city of Bogotá, with over 8 million people, is only an hour's drive away. So when we launch our marketing campaign, we will tap into that market and triple our client base within 6 months. And in the coming year, we will be able to impact more than 200 farmers and their families. We will also enhance our online platform, creating an immersive user experience where clients can track in real time the regeneration of the ecosystem, where they discover who produces their food and how, making BioMio a simple yet transformative business model that can be applied in rural communities near urban centers in the developing world, a model that will greatly benefit from the expertise of the Solve community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dan Watson, and I'm here to speak to you on behalf of Safety Net Technologies, and I'm here to talk about Bycatch.
So bycatch is the capture of the wrong fish, where 1 in 10 fish in the world caught is wrong. And that is because it could be environmentally endangered, it could be low market value, but ultimately it means that people like Sean from Seattle and Pak Paiso from Indonesia can't be good ocean stewards because they're having to throw this fish back into the ocean, leading to loads of wastage, economic impact on their businesses, and also making it way harder to feed roughly 1 in 5 people in the world that rely on fish as their primary protein source. So at Safety Net Technologies, we believe the precision fishing gear of the future allows fishing crews to respond and sort of understand what's happening in the ocean, measure the different impact of fishing, and also to see under the water to see how their fishing gears are performing. And we provide this in the form of technology kits that can be fitted to existing fishing gears to make them perform better. And here are some of the devices that we've made already: sensors, lights, and cameras. And here's on the right, you can see Naomi and Chris from our team out with fishing crews in Scotland, testing to see if it does what they need it to and actually performs properly. So the lights that we produce are called Pisces, and they essentially can be fitted into fishing gears to attract and repel different species of ocean organisms. So you can see them here fitted into a fishing trawl. And what this enables is outcomes like this, whereby we can remove particular species, like in this case, the silverfish, from a shrimp catch because we don't want them, but we want to catch much more cleanly. And we can remove those fish by up to 90% just by fitting lights and taking it into the fishing process. And we've done this all over the world with lots of different customers and collaborators, so governments, NGOs, industry, and scientists, to make sure and validate that our hardware is working in the way that it's supposed to. And when we supply this hardware to the industry, we supply it as a service because it means we get to build great relationships with them and supply them with all the data information that they need to actually deploy it properly. And we also get knowledge and understanding about the ocean back, which helps us design better products in the future. And there are roughly 4.6 million big and small vessels out there in a $241 billion market that have problems that need solving in the fishing sector. And ultimately, precision fishing means that we protect biodiversity in the oceans, leading to resilient ocean ecosystems. We protect the livelihoods of the people working within them, and we continue to feed people sustainably into the future while supporting the Sustainable Development Goals. We've built our company over time, and the first 7 years were spent on research and development, but mainly funded by grants. After closing a seed round in 2018, our directors went full-time, and our team has grown with the commercialization of our various products and services. And it takes a flotilla to make a massive systemic change. So we've built friendships across industry, science and research, and NGOs. And we're really hoping that MIT Solve can help us build more of a community and even bigger and extend our reach. And that's why we think this competition is so important as we grow and try and make fishing brighter. Thanks for listening.
During the global pandemic, we're all thinking about how to boost our immune system. My name is Gita Syahrani from Alam Sehat Lestari in Indonesia, and I'm also thinking about the same thing. In particular, the $16.1 billion that is in our peat as an immune system, the greatest carbon storage out there. This is the total amount that Indonesia had to suffer because of the great peat fire incidents in 2015. Since then, the government have issued strict regulation to conserve our peat. However, at least 35% of local community that lives within and surrounding peat area still struggles to find alternative livelihood that is also peat friendly, including Pak Sudin from Desa Rawa Mekarjaya. His options is to plant palm oil or acacia, definitely not peat friendly. Through hill fisheries, Alam Sehat Lestari tries to build different business model for peat conservation by innovating on value-added product from peat-friendly commodities, including to serve health and nutrition industry. This industry has projected value of $6.5 billion globally by 2026. Our journey starts from a single fighter, the snakehead fish, a native peat species that is high content of albumin and protein, and also serves as local remedy for post-surgery in Siak. Now, one thing that Pak Sudin and a lot of the peat community has in common is this canal blockage that is mainly treated as dormant village area, but it's actually very critical to keep the peat wet, maintain water table, and prevent fire. If this is kept healthy, it has the potential to actually boost protein content of a lot of the species that lives there, including the fish. Now, combining these two assets, Alam Sehat Lestari develops an innovative method to cultivate snakehead fish, not only in the regular ponds, but in canal blockage area. From production side, We use low temperature steam distillation technology to extract protein and albumin from the snakehead fish. This is inspired by local tradition of steaming the fish and get the benefit. By staying true to our course, we believe that within the next 5 years, we can build 3 more local innovation centers and integrate at least 10 more fire-prone villages into our supply chain, either as owners or as producers. By doing so, we will be keeping at least 16,000 hectares worth of peat to conserve. We're Alam Siak Lestari. We combine 20 plus years of experience, a proud community enterprise that focuses on protecting the peat, boosting local economy, and heal the nations. We believe by joining MIT community, we can do it together. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Diana Rembe. I'm the founder and CEO of NoFeed. We are an agri-tech company driven by the idea of unlocking the future of aquafeed by upcycling food waste to produce a superior bacteria-based protein ingredient that maximizes nutritional intake. Aquaculture is booming all around the world as a sustainable way to feed the growing global population, but the current practices are highly unsustainable. Imagine aquaculture industry demands over 300 billion small, expensive fish to be carved, grown up, and fed to the family fish that we like to eat every year. The wild supply is stable, if not going down, and the price of fish meat is going way up. There is an urgent need for an alternative, sustainable, and low carbon emission protein ingredient, and that's what my team is engineering. We collect the food waste that would otherwise go to the dump site, and we add a consortium of a well-characterized and safe for human consumption bacteria. We put these inputs into our proprietary biology and equipment system. Through the bacteria fermentation process, we end up with a really high performance protein ingredient for feed, notably aquaculture. Our product has a 71% of a dry weight protein and other valuable and important micronutrients. Compared to other protein ingredients that are available on the market, our product is 25% cheaper, it has 30% more protein, and the fish that is fed with the no-feed attained 40% more growth compared to our counterparts. Our business model is B2B. We produce and sell protein ingredients to the animal feed manufacturers for $1,000 per ton. Today, we have already spoke to 30 animal feed manufacturers. 6 of them showed interest, and we signed one contract to supply 5 tons of protein per month. We have a very huge market. The protein ingredient industrial outlook in Tanzania alone is worth $78 million. NoFeed intends to capture the 20% of this market share by 2030, giving us an annual revenue of $16 million per annum. Meet our amazing team. We have a right mix of skills ranging from biotech scientists, engineers, economists, and fish nutritionists. Together, we reimagine the future of aquaculture. I would like to join the SOVA community in order to get access to their global network, partnership, funding, as well as mentorship. If fish will feed the world, we know feed will feed the fish. Help us to help aquaculture industry to grow sustainably. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kelly Leilani Main, Executive Director and co-founder of Buy-in Community Planning. And today I'd like to share more with you about our platform to merge human and ecosystem resilience. Wetlands are one of the world's most precious and undervalued ecosystems, but decades of poor land use planning and coastal squeeze is limiting the ability of these critical habitats to migrate inland as sea levels rise. And despite shoreline hardening efforts, human communities are also at increasing flood risk from climate change. So why don't humans move, just like nature? Well, people have been moving through publicly funded post-disaster buyouts. But buyouts take too long and have deeply inequitable outcomes, often leaving the most vulnerable households unassisted. Existing buyout programs are also ineffective at leveraging conservation partnerships because no marketplace currently exists to connect conservation organizations to willing sellers. Buy-in connects households that want to move with the resources they need to relocate. Our data-driven and technology-enabled solution facilitates faster, more efficient, and more effective buyout programs in diverse contexts across the country. So how do we do this? Well, first, we make the process easier for people to participate. Our Esri-enabled voluntary expression of interest form enables anyone to sign up at any time. Next, our National Relocation Assistance Database feeds into a unique program management software as a service that can be used by our team and local governments to design more holistic programs that meet residents' needs. Third, our buyout prioritization index allows us to parametrically analyze the unique social, financial, and geographic characteristics of participants. We corroborate buyout demand with conservation partners who are interested in forming the public and private partnerships needed to enable community-based relocation and wetland restoration initiatives. At scale, our approach can create new marketplaces for carbon credits, ecosystem services, and social impact investing. We believe this type of transformative socio-ecological work can support emerging blue carbon markets that increase community resilience while capturing carbon in wetland systems. Currently, we're partnering with low-income and BIPOC community partners across the country to further refine our universal intake form. Our services help fill a critical gap at the local level to improve public safety and increase access to conservation assets. Buy-in is seeking mentorships and partnerships to take our holistic solutions to scale. Our interdisciplinary team brings more than a decade of combined experience in geospatial analysis, conservation finance, and stakeholder negotiations. But demand for our services is currently outpacing our capacity. Through MIT Solve, we're seeking mentors who can help us build out our technological solutions and help bring more buy-in to the buyout process for human and ecosystem resilience. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Thomas, one of the directors at Folio, a Brazilian ecosystem of organic farmers and other actors focused on organic grain production and sustainable supply chains. One of the main obstacles for organic grain production is nitrogen, an essential nutrient for plants, an abundant element in the atmosphere that has to pass through a highly energy-intensive process to be made into fertilizer. These nitrogen-based synthetic fertilizers have several harmful effects on the environment, from GHG emissions to water contamination. When looking through the history of agriculture, we came to a conclusion. We already know the answer. Plants themselves, leguminous plants. We can grow and harvest our own fertilizer. All this while protecting soils and pumping carbon into them, mitigating emissions. This regenerative technique is called green manure. But why isn't this technique used more? We lack accessible information and knowledge on how to optimally and economically do it, and we lack the basic input, the seeds themselves, and it all starts with the seeds. Our seed bank operates in a seed for data trade system and will provide cheap and accessible green manure seeds in exchange of a surplus of seeds produced, plus agronomic data about the management of the fertilizer crops. This data will constitute an open source database to fuel innovation and knowledge generation on the team that will then be returned to the farmers in form of better agronomic recommendations and innovative ideas on green manure management. We will empower farmers in becoming farmer scientists who harvest seeds and data. The system operates in a highly scalable positive feedback loop and is a replicable and distributed model that naturally embraces regionalization and caters for cultural and geographical specifics. By harnessing the power of technology on building networks, we created an open platform, an ecosystem that enables partnerships to flourish, that engage and educate farmers and actors on better sustainable agriculture practices, and overall bring high-end tech and intelligence close to the farmers to generate massive impact. We are confident that we will grow our network from the current 70 farmers to up to thousands in 5 years. counting not only on the ever-growing organic agriculture movement in Brazil, but also on the relevancy of the theme for regenerative agriculture, even in conventional production. Besides our huge community of farmers and scientists that follow, our diverse leadership team counts with former senior executives in agribusiness, data and technology professionals, agricultural specialists, and business experts. We hope that MIT Solve will help us deliver this vision.
Across the world, environmental threats are accelerating against marginalized communities and the critical ecosystems where they live, particularly Indigenous peoples who protect 80% of the world's biodiversity. We work with Earth defenders globally, like Eka Amarakari, pictured here in Peru, who want to collect evidence about environmental threats such as illegal mining, but up until now, they've lacked the tools to do so effectively. My name is Emily Jacoby, and my organization, Digital Democracy, is working in solidarity with frontline communities to co-develop a technical solution called Mapeo to enable them to map their lands and document threats. Since 2013, we've been working at the invitation of local partners in the Amazon rainforest who are facing threats including oil spills, land invasions, and deforestation. We began working with our Alianza Sebo and the Warani Nation of Ecuador, who invited us to help them create their own maps to fight threats of future oil drilling. They were clear that existing mapping solutions wouldn't work for them. They needed a way to map offline using software that was intuitive and easy to use. We supported them through the mapping process, beginning with paper maps and then co-developing Mapeo Desktop, enabling them to create digital maps village by village. They ended with gorgeous maps that they used in a successful lawsuit that in 2019 protected 500,000 hectares of their territory from future oil drilling. Now, Mapeo is a fully developed platform consisting of a mobile app, a desktop app, and a back-end decentralized database that enables them to manage and control all their own data, even when they are offline, far from an internet or cell phone connection. Mapeo's intuitive user interface allows them to document evidence, including photos, testimony, and geolocations, all of this in their own languages and using their own icons. While we began our work in the Amazon, over the past 2 years, more communities have adapted Mapeo, first throughout the Amazon and increasingly other regions of the world. Mapeo is currently being used in more than 21 areas across 11 countries by more than 500 land defenders who represent tens of thousands of Indigenous and ethnic minority communities. Collectively, they're using the tool to defend more than 3.4 million hectares. Our growing team is very proud of what we've built co-designing Mapeo with local partners. Now that we have a proven technology, we're seeking support to scale and respond to new user requests. We believe MIT Solve would be a game changer in helping amplify our story, reach new communities, and continue to improve the tool. The climate crisis is too great a threat for any group alone to address. We're seeking MIT support to help frontline communities use Mapeo to defend the Earth's most critical ecosystems.
Bravo to our Resilient Ecosystem Solver class. And thank you, Maria, for your earlier call to action. Our generation, and indeed all those after it, will be defined by how we respond to the climate crisis. So I'm glad we have MIT and our brilliant cohort of innovators on our side in this massive effort. With that last round of pitches, you have now met our entire 2021 Solver and Fellow cohorts. I think a round of applause, albeit remote, is in order. Yay. It is now time for the Solve community to head to our second round of community sessions via the event agenda tab. For those of you on the live stream, remember to join us back here at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time for our closing plenary. I promise you it's worth it. It features the announcement of more than $2.3 million in funding, a musical performance, and a lot more. See you all back here soon. Hello, everyone. everyone, and welcome to the closing plenary of Solve Challenge Finals. To those of you who have just joined the live stream, we are so excited to have you. My name is Hala Hanna, I'm the Managing Director at Solve and your MC for this closing. So we just introduced to the world our new 2021 class of Solver Teams and Indigenous Communities Fellows. Our Solve members had a chance to connect today directly with a series of interactive workshops and networking sessions. Those teams represent the 42 most promising and innovative tech solutions for the 2021 challenges around health security and pandemics, resilient ecosystems, equitable classrooms, digital inclusion, anti-racist technology in the US, as well as Indigenous Communities Fellowship. Launching in 2016, Solve has grown from an idea into a bustling marketplace for social impact innovation. And at Solve, we believe that the most powerful solutions come from those that are closest to the problems, those solving for their own community out to the world. Today, our Solver teams and fellows are headquarters in 50 countries. They operate in 90 countries and have impacted over 65 million lives across the world. Through over 400 partnerships, Solve has facilitated more than 50 million entrepreneurs everywhere. This is the power of this community. And because Solve is about our community, every year we ask you to vote for your favorite solution across every challenge. And every year, Solve gives the solutions with the highest number of votes for each challenge the Solve Community Award. This award is open to all Solver teams, fellows, and finalists. And voting closed about an hour ago. We received nearly 20,000 votes. So now it's my pleasure to announce the winners of the 2021 Solve Community Award. Finalist, Digi Kua. Solver, Pro Game Coding Without Computers. Finalist, Kemet Modular Motivation Manufacturing. Finalist, Project Palash. Finalist, Bingle. And fellow, One Canoe Project Navigating Changing Tides. Congratulations for winning the popular vote. You each go home with a $2,000 prize. Now, we have another 2.3 million in funding to award in the next hour. Every year, we work with our partners to design prizes for our global challenges around issues that are most important to them. They choose who to allocate the funding to once our challenge leaders have selected the Solver teams and fellows. And our teams tell us that one of the most transformational things we can do for them is with this type of unrestricted funding like these prizes. It helps them adapt to the moment. And you can imagine how especially important this is in times of high uncertainty like right now. And it often leads to these lasting partnerships between socially driven companies and this new generation of innovators. Now, this year we have too many prizes, which is an amazing problem to have. So we're going to do this in 2 rounds of prize announcement videos. We're going to watch the first installment, then we're going to hear a panel, and then we're going to watch the second installment. And the Solver teams and fellows do not yet know who has received prize funding. So they're hearing this live with you. After this first video, we're going to have a conversation with 2 of our Antiracist Technology in the US challenge leaders and Solve partners, Ron Guerrier of HP Inc. and Telva Magruder of General Motors, along with Antiracist Tech Solver Dave Shi Mehrotra, co-founder of Justice Tech. I'm going to end the suspense and go to the first video. Let's discover our first round of winners, and please do chime in your excitement in the chat. I'm loving the action in the chat. See you later.
Hello, I'm June Sugiyama, Director of Vodafone Americas Foundation, and we're here today to announce the solvers for the Vodafone Americas Foundation Innovation and Women Prize. We are very happy to congratulate Hive Online, Walking Women Healing Institute, and Pro Game, Coding Without Computers. Thank you all for making the world a better place for women and girls.
Hello, MIT Solve. My name is Liz McGovern, and I'm a trustee at the Patrick J. McGovern Foundation. I am so pleased to join you today to announce the AI for Humanity Prize recipients. Birth without bias. Building better agricultural economies. Game, coding without computers. And last but not least, Mapeo. On behalf of the Patrick J. McGovern Foundation, congratulations. We are thrilled to share in your commitment to building a thriving, equitable, and sustainable world for all.
The Minderoo Prize to End Overfishing is open to solver teams who are using innovative technology to help improve fisheries monitoring, eliminate illegal fishing and forced labour, and increase supply chain integrity. The two successful prize recipients are firstly, No Feed. A second winner is Safety Net Technologies. This is a big step towards ending overfishing, and Minderoo is pleased to be supporting this effort.
Hi, my name is Elisa Wilkie, and I'm from American Student Assistance, and I am so excited to be here at the Solve Challenge Finals to announce the ASA Prize for Equitable Education. First, Title Online from the Equitable Classrooms Challenge, and second, Every Kid Gets a Robot from the Indigenous Communities Fellowship. Congratulations to both Taito and Every Kid Gets a Robot.
Hi, my name is Nadia Gill from GSR. I am delighted to be here at Solve Challenge Finals to announce the GSR Prize, which supports solutions that use an innovative and sustainable approach to tackling the most pressing issues of their local communities. Taito Online from the Equitable Classrooms Challenge, ProGame, Coding Without Computers from the Equitable Classrooms Challenge, Safety Net Technologies from the Resilient Ecosystems Challenge, and Hive Online from the Digital Inclusion Challenge. Congratulations. We look forward to working with you all.
Hi, I'm Telva Magruder, Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer at General Motors, and I'm joined by Ron Guerrier, Global Chief Information Officer at HP, as well as 2021 Antiracist Technology in the U.S. solver, Devshi Mahatra, co-founder of Justice Text.
I'll jump in. It's so exciting. I'm thrilled to be here with you both and excited to leverage the power of technology to advance racial equality. So Devshi, you and your co-founder Leslie met at the University of Chicago here in my hometown of Chicago, which is exciting for me. Big up for Chicago. And it's true that Justice Tech started as a class project. Could you share more about your journey going from class project to where we're at today?
I would say before it started off as a class project, it was something that I was thinking about endlessly for months. Just the summer before my senior year in college was the first time that I read The New Jim Crow by Michelle Alexander. And, you know, she covers a broad array of injustices within the criminal legal system, from policing to mandatory minimums, drug sentencing logs. But for some reason, she had written just a couple pages on the public defense system, and those were the ones that really stuck with me. Essentially, you know, she described a situation in which 80% of individuals who have been charged with a crime in this country are in fact low income. And for those 80%, the 90 to 95% of their cases end up in plea bargains or plea deals that are highly disadvantageous. And the lawyers who are, you know, supposed to be advocating for them are so under-resourced and so under-equipped with the tools, the manpower to be able to serve them that we end up with massive inequities. And I just kept wondering, why isn't this a bigger part of the criminal justice reform conversation? And so when when Leslie and I got together and started working on this project, I feel like we both had this intrinsic passion. And I think one of the things that made a world of difference was that we didn't build our first MVP in isolation, just within our dorm rooms. The first thing we did was cold call the local public defender's office, show up at their doors, and basically tell them, hey, we're a couple of students with extra hours on our hand. Is there anything that we could do to be helpful? And that's when we stumbled upon the problem that Justice Text is solving. Basically, that We have hours and hours of incredibly important footage that's being collected. But unfortunately, defense attorneys have no bandwidth to be able to actually make sense of it. So I think the decision to commit to it full time afterwards was by no means a very natural decision. I didn't have a pre-existing network in entrepreneurship with investors, things like that. But I basically told myself, I'm someone who has so many privileges in this world, and this is a time where I can really commit to doing something that fully aligns with my values and skill set. So why not? COVID also helped because I was like, everything else is just there was no sense of stability really when I graduated from school. And I was like, in some ways, this feels like the perfect time to see how far I can take it. So that was kind of the journey from class project to full-time job.
That is so great, Daishi. As an engineer myself, I think about the decision that you made, but that drive, that passion is what drives us to problem solve, frankly. And so it took you all the way through and really has landed you and Leslie in a really fantastic place. That's really cool to hear.
Growing up here in Chicago, I was unfortunately a victim of a shooting myself, lost family members. I have family that are police, Chicago PD, and I have, unfortunately family members who are in corrections. And just the whole concept of just getting this right and making fair and equitable is just exciting for me because it is so needed. Chicago has such a negative perception, and I named my son Jordan for a reason. Like, we're Chicagoans. My daughter's middle name is Peyton after Walter. This is home for me. And so anything that could actually bring clarity to the process is a win-win for me. So the work you do for me is just amazing. Looking forward to see it kind of becoming something more and really changing the narrative.
I just have to say a couple of things. First of all, Ron spoke so passionately about why Justice Text was a great solve solution based on what he just said. And, what he shared with us as judges was really moving to me, and I think to my fellow judges as well, to just give context to why this is so important, and really say, like you just said, I've got police in my family. I've been shot. My father was shot when I was, younger, not super young, but definitely still in school, and this improvement to help decrease complexity and make it easier is so critically important because it's way too hard to get justice right now and way too hard for the attorneys that are trying to do the work. So thank you for sharing that story again. It was pivotal, I think, frankly. So Daishi, we have some great news for you. We have opted to give Justice Text the GM Prize. For MIT Solve. And so congratulations. We are so honored to be able to partner with you and support you. And I'll turn it over to Ron.
So I'm equally excited per the conversation we just had, but just with what Telva has stated for GM, we're also honored, excited to offer you as well the HP Prize as well. So, between the iconic General Motors brand and an iconic HP brand that helped found Silicon Valley, congratulations.
Thank you so much. And I'll just say, genuinely, being able to see professionals of color in the positions that you are today, I think that makes all the difference. And I thought I wouldn't be caught off guard again after that first announcement. This announcement on top of that is just unbelievable. So thank you for your trust. Thank you for your support. And I'm so excited to make the most of it and really scale the impact that we're having with Justice Text. So thank you, Ron. Thank you, Telva.
How are you feeling right now at this moment? And what are you hoping to achieve in the coming months as a Solver team with our support?
Well, thank you so much, Telva. Thank you so much, Ron. I'm feeling just unreal at this moment, incredibly honored, incredibly excited, looking forward to telling the rest of my team as well. When I first started building Justice Text, one of the things that I reflected on quite a bit was just this feeling that it didn't seem like there were a lot of spaces for folks who were deeply committed to racial justice organizing, but also brought with them a background in technology and were excited about building products, scaling products. And I kind of dived into building Justice Text, trying to see if I could carve that path for my own. But when I first heard about this challenge, it was so incredible to see an organization like MIT Solve put so much talent and resources behind a cause that meant so much to me. And even if I hadn't made it this far in the competition, it was just affirming to see that there's other folks out there. There's an entire community of entrepreneurs, founders who are leading projects that center anti-racist tech. So I'm feeling incredibly excited. To date, we've really proven our impact with offices, public defense offices around 8 states. And over the next year, with the support of the MIT community, we're really excited to scale that to 30 states. And also accelerate our product development using the network of machine learning, NLP experts that we can potentially tap into. So I'm just looking forward to all the different ways in which we can really leverage the MIT community. And just thank you once again for your support and faith in us.
So this is a really quick question. You know, we heard from another one of your anti-racist tech solvers, Amalara, earlier today from Thrive. And, you know, she talked about the experience of co-creating this equity-driven budgets with government officials and community leaders. And you talked a little bit about your experience going in and learning more about what the life of a public defender is really like. Can you tell us about some of your experiences collaborating with those public defenders?
Yeah, 100%. I think one of the things that has really shaped our ability to grow and scale is the fact that I think both Leslie and I bring a level of humility to the work that we do, that we may have a certain skill set, but there is so much more that we can learn to actually build a solution that serves the need of the community that we care about. And so from the very beginning, what we would do, our first task wasn't actually to build an MVP. Our first task was to recruit a set of public defense offices who could help critique it as much as they wanted. And what we ended up doing was reaching out to the National Association for Public Defense and basically asking them, hey, would you mind lending us a platform so we could recruit, this initial group of folks who could test Justice Text. And, for months, we were iterating on this tool, building it over and over again. And the feedback that we were getting was promising, but at the same time, we knew there was something missing. And in the beginning, it could get a little frustrating at times where I was trying to have this magic bullet idea, just put the tech in the hands of someone else and have it, do its job. But what I realized was that it required me organizing training sessions, building trust within the office, authentically sharing our story, why we're doing this work. And we have finally reached a point where folks are telling us that this is in fact changing lives of the clients that they serve. I recently spoke to an attorney in Georgia who mentioned that for the first time, when she visits her clients who are currently detained in jail, she's able to bring a transcript of, the body camera videos or the interrogations that will ultimately be used in their trials, leave it with them so that they can annotate it, share their feedback for the next time they can then collaborate. I spoke to an investigator in Minnesota who told me that she had received a data dump of 8 hours of body camera footage. And previously, she wouldn't have had the bandwidth to go through it or really prioritize that particular case, but she ran it through Justice Text and was able to find a police statement at the very end, which said he doesn't even think her client should be charged, and yet he was. And we just keep hearing more and more stories like this, where folks are telling us just in a better way, a more efficient way to synthesize data and information is having a big impact on the lives of the people that they serve. And yeah, nothing could make us happier. I think we have a long ways to still go, but those are some examples of how we've worked really closely with public defenders.
That's awesome. Ron, what are your thoughts on that?
I would say that's just prior to the role I'm in today, I served for a couple of years on Governor Pritzker's cabinet here in Illinois. And so being on the government side and the public service side, there are so many challenges. Leveraging technology is usually the last thought. And it's just reams of paper and getting through it, and really taking a technology and bringing it to an applicable solution is just advances the opportunities and does create parity, hopefully with other attorneys. So I think that's a phenomenal idea. And the other thing that just excites me about all this is the work that you're doing, and the work that, of course, my colleagues and friends over at GM are doing is just aligned with what each one of our corporations wanting to do. Like here at HP, we focus on social equality. We did a social equality task force. We're working with Black and African-American diversity-owned companies. So we're really trying to be the future we want to see at HP. And I know GM's doing the exact same thing. And so aligning with a great organization such as yours, Dave, is just amazing. So I just want to say thank you for that, because it gives real-world applications to what we're trying to solve. And that is, again, bringing equality with the use of technology. And the last thing, big one, is anti-racism. Someone asked me one time, what does that really mean in tech? I was like, we come with our unconscious bias. We as humans, like, it's inherent. And when we create an algorithm or an AI, unfortunately, some of that transfers over. So our ability to take that out and keep it fair and data-driven is so important. And this is one of those things that lets that happen. So really, really jazzed and excited about this one.
It is absolutely fantastic. And this is what true problem solving is, right? Us being vulnerable enough to understand where our weaknesses are as technical problem solvers, and then coming up with solutions that can minimize those weaknesses for equity for everyone. And Ron, I couldn't have said it better than you in terms of what our companies are doing right now, not just interested in doing, but doing. Actually, it's been great to spend this time with you. I hate that it has to come to an end, but congratulations once again to both you and Leslie, who are on a great path and will set a great example for future technical problem solvers. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Great job.
Wow. So grateful for your vulnerability, Telva, Ron, and Devshi. Thank you for sharing with us your own lived experience and your commitment to this work. Devshi, we can't wait to watch you scale Justice Text and continue to fix the injustices in the system with the support of Solve HP and GM now. Partnerships are at the heart of our model at Solve, so it's so exciting and special to watch them come to life in real time. And by the way, the fun's not over yet. Devshi is not only the winner of the HP and GM prize, as you will find out in the next prize announcements video. So let's find out who got selected for the second and final round of prize announcements.
Hello, I'm Michelle Gardner from General Motors, Vice President of Global Hardware Components and Subsystems. And we at General Motors are honored to be part of the Solve community, as we ourselves are on a mission to build the strongest tech mobility workforce in the world to make a larger, positive impact and create a greener, safer, more equitable future. And I'm excited to share that $150,000 will be distributed among the following GM prize winners: Justice Text, Measure, Heal Fisheries, Mapeo, Title Online, and Ubongo Edutainment. Congratulations to all the winners, and we look forward to seeing what comes next for each of you.
I am Ron Guerrier, Chief Information Officer at HP. This year, we launched the HP Prize for Advancing Digital Equity to support solutions that advance inclusion, digital literacy, and economic opportunity in communities across the U.S. and globally. I am thrilled to announce the 4 recipients for the HP Prize: Restorn, Hello World, Thrive, and justice techs. Congratulations! We look forward to working with you to scale your impact on digital equity.
Hi, I'm Carolina Jayaram, Executive Director with the Elevate Prize Foundation. It is our honor and pleasure to name Tony Weaver and Weird Enough Productions as the recipient of the Elevate Prize for Antiracist Technology. Tony's innovative approach to empowering young people through media will not only change the lives of millions of youth, but also inspire them to be problem solvers in their own communities.
Hi, my name is Das Rene and I'm with ServiceNow. I'm so excited to announce the following recipients that have won the ServiceNow Prize. Buy-in and Mapeo. For both companies, we see the amazing potential to be successful and are looking forward to seeing you both make a bigger impact globally.
My name is Marijke Wijnroks and I'm Chief of Staff at the Global Fund. I'm delighted to announce that we have selected Striata by MicroIce as the recipients of the Global Fund Prize. They're keen to work with the MicroIce team to support the rollout of this supply chain intelligent technology at country level. Congratulations, Striata.
My name is Tanya Aldrich from the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. I am here to announce the Solve Challenge Robert Wood Johnson Foundation Prize. Congratulations, Earth, Birth Without Bias, Get Media Lit, and Every Kid Gets a Robot. We are thrilled to watch you change the world.
Woohoo! Big congratulations to all of the prize winners. That's awesome. Now, before we invite our next speaker to the stage, there is in fact one more prize, and it is my pleasure to announce it. The recipient of the Andan Prize for Innovation in Refugee Inclusion, which focuses on advancing the economic, financial, and political inclusion of refugees. This prize is courtesy of the Andan Foundation. And the prize goes to the 2021 Digital Inclusion Solver, Hello World! Bravo, Hello World! I also want to say a special thanks to the following Solve members who've contributed so far over $290,000 in additional funding to support our Solver teams. Those are the Good Energies Foundation, Climate and Land Use Alliance, Women's World Wide Web, the Kroger Foundation, and more. If you'd like to be one of them too, let us know. Next up, as promised, let's welcome Digital Inclusion's Challenge Ambassador and founder and CEO of Zoom, Eric S. Huan. As Challenge Ambassador, Eric helped bring the challenge to innovators everywhere, judge solutions, and select the final cohort that you met earlier. Eric will be in a conversation with one of our brand new Digital Inclusion Solver teams, Nadeli Mahoy from Brainstorm, and our Executive Director, Alex Amia. Let's begin.
Welcome to you both. It's an honor to have you here.
Thank you, Alex. Our pleasure. Thank you.
Thank
you. Wonderful to be here.
Wonderful to have you. So let's get started. So first of all, Eric, so back in January, you accepted to become our Challenge Ambassador for Digital Inclusion. Thank you so much. And also tell us a little bit more about why digital inclusion matters to you and also matters to everyone, especially those who are disconnected.
Yeah, so Alex, you look at our culture and economy. By and large, so much of them are online today. So that a digital access essentially is a matter of equity. Right? Over the past year, extremely challenging, right? So the divide even became more apparent, right? The work that could be done remotely was able to continue. Also, the students who could find access to the internet were able to keep learning. But however, for those people who cannot have digital access or cannot find the internet infrastructure, they lag behind. At Zoom, our company value is care. Number one thing is about caring about our community. So, and also the Zoom can truly help people stay connected, can help the world. Also, we support a very low bandwidth environment. That's why, how to help the world, how to help people stay connected. I think digital inclusion is very important. Without that, no matter what kind of tools like Zoom we have, and people, they cannot leverage, those tools,
to stay connected. That's why digital inclusion is so important, to me and also to Zoom.
Yes, absolutely. I think many of us found ourselves at the beginning of this pandemic running to Zoom to be able to continue our daily lives, especially our jobs. And thank you. So we received 430 submissions to the Digital Inclusion Challenge from 74 different countries. And you as an ambassador and some of your team, as well as our challenge leadership group, our judges, had the harrowing task of narrowing down these hundreds of submissions down to a final 7. And so before we chat with one of the 7, incredible 7, Naledi, tell us a little bit about what about these solver teams gives you hope that we can bridge the gap and work towards digital equity.
So the way I look at this, look at the number of submissions, right? I think 430, right? And also across 74 countries. I think the number is just inspiring. More than 400 submissions. That's just amazing. Also look at the coverage, over 74 countries, submitted. I think look at the quantity and the quality. I'm just so excited. And especially it's hard, for the leadership team, right, to decide the final 7 solutions because the quality is so high. With that, I'm very excited. I think, it will set it up a great tone, for the future, SOLVE program. I think pretty sure in the future, more and more submissions and the quality also will be even higher because every time you see all those submissions, right, how to help the digital inclusion and online education. One of the finals, if I recall correctly, is, Hello World, right? And they partner with local communities, right, to build up, solar powered, Wi-Fi enabled education hubs. Those are great innovations.
Yes, absolutely. And let's talk now with one of the winning solver teams, Naledi Mahoy from Brastone. And so Naledi, we just heard your pitch just earlier on, and Brastone is about connecting the unconnected across Africa, regardless of economic status. And to do that, you use only a feature phone. And you discussed in your pitch, you talked about agriculture and the Magri platform, connecting farmers across Botswana and the DRC. But could you share also with our audience how Brastone is supporting disconnected Africans working across lots of other sectors, especially African youth?
Sure. So at Brastone, we meet unconnected rural Africans right where they are, and that's on their feature phones. And what we do is we connect them to the opportunities and advantages that are provided by the internet. So our ecosystem enables these users to access information that can improve their incomes, their health conditions, and give them access to legal services, for example. And how we do this is that we do this without the need for mobile data or Wi-Fi. And to add to this, over 85% of our users are women, and over 65% of the mobile store owners on our platforms are youth.
Wonderful, that's great. Going back to you, Eric, I think what we see and hear from Naledi's work is that connectivity is not just about accessing the web and accessing internet. It's about accessing critical information. It's about education. It's about healthcare. It's about jobs. And obviously we spend our days now during this pandemic on platforms such as Zoom. But would love to hear a few examples where you have seen digital inclusion be really a conduit for equity across the world.
Yeah, Alex, you're so right. I think there are so many very creative use cases, right, around the Zoom platform. I think first of all, I would say digital inclusion already helps, break down geographic barriers. For example, it used to be the companies, they can only hire talents, right? And, those who probably live very close to their headquarters. Now, you can hire anyone, any talent all over the world, right? You can, because the talent, they can leverage tools like Zoom, they can work anywhere, right? So that's very important. Also, look at the K-12, schools, right? Last year, when we realized the pandemic crisis, hit us, so we offered a free service, to more than 125,000 K-12 schools around 5 countries. Essentially, we wanted to help those K-12 students, they can keep learning online, right? The tools like Zoom for sure played a big role. Also, we built a platform, we can allow third-party developers and partners to build all kinds of applications upon our platform. We recognize those very creative, startup company or the organizations to build the application upon our platform. We also have, innovation awards to recognize community leaders, breaking digital barriers to improve educational equity. Like 2 examples. One is Kabaku Academies, right? They equip young people in Africa with the skills to fight youth unemployment and gender inequities, through project-based experiences. That's one example. Another example is called Open Up Resources. They help to increase equity in K-12, education by making, top-rated curricula, accessible to all districts and schools. Just some example like that. Again, we have an open platform, a lot of very creative, young entrepreneurs or the startup companies. They can build all kinds of applications or to introduce new use cases, upon our platform to help the digital inclusion.
Wonderful. Yeah, absolutely. Back to Naledi. So we have social entrepreneurs and aspiring innovators who are tuning in today. Many of them are youth, and they're coming from all over the world right now. And I know that they would love to hear a little bit about your journey. You recently reached over 1 million users, which I'm sure is a big milestone. But if you can return to the start, and I guess when you had 0 users, what first drove you to develop Brasstone and to really think about a tech solution to the challenges facing your community in Botswana?
Well, it seemed wrong that in our part of the world, sub-Saharan Africa, household incomes are some of the lowest in the world, while mobile internet prices are the most expensive in the world. So the disparity is really unforgivable, right? I mean, the internet is about access, and this is a basic human right. And so many people, including people that I know personally and some family members of my own that don't have it. So we've been blessed enough to have seen the power of being connected, and we couldn't unsee it. So what we did is we made it our purpose to share it with those who are most vulnerable in our communities.
Wonderful, wonderful. And so Eric, love to hear your advice as well. Today, we are launching SolveEd Youth Innovation Challenge, which is open to young people aged 24 and under. And it's designed to spark a sense of agency in young people everywhere, encouraging, inspiring, and supporting them to become problem solvers in their community and the world. So going back to your own days, when you got started up, what advice do you have for young people to get involved in digital inclusion or other big challenges that we face? And what advice do you have for them?
Yeah, Alex, I'm a huge fan of Nike, right? I wear the Nike t-shirt, I wear the Nike sneaker. In particular, I like Nike's slogan, just do it. Digital inclusion is so critical, right? And don't hesitate, don't wait, just do it. Another thing is you also want to make sure what you're doing is very sustainable. To make sure your idea, your company is sustainable, please take a step back to truly understand what's the pain point the world or the community they are facing. Understand the root cause, make sure your solution can truly bring a sustainable value to the society, to the community. I think your future is bright. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Naledi and Eric, thank you so much for your time here today. And we're so excited that you're part of the Solve community as both a Challenge Ambassador and one of our newest Solver teams. Lots more ahead for both of you. And thank you for taking the time today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Eric and Naledi. That is some sage advice for our youth innovators. Alex mentioned something very exciting in her remarks. We are launching today the Solved Youth Innovation Challenge. And for that, I do want to thank our Solved supporters for helping us bring this program to life. And that's the Mortgage Family Foundation, the Posen Solar Innovation Prize, and our many Solved members from different academic and youth organizations across the world. To tell you more about the challenge, we've actually asked our Solved Youth Committee to share more in a video. Before we do, this will be my last moment with you all, and so I wanted to take a moment to thank you so much for being such a wonderful audience. I can feel the Solve energy through my screen and my chat, but I long to see you again in person, and so here's hoping that this is the end of my career as a virtual host. After the Solved video, we will be joined by Alex Samuel to wrap up our day with some more announcements, and it will be followed by a beautiful closing performance. Stay on for that. And let's hear now more about Solved.
At MIT Solve, we believe that young people hold the empathy, power, and ingenuity to solve world problems.
This is why we launched Solved, a new program designed to encourage, inspire, and support young people to become problem solvers in our own communities
and across the world.
We are bringing together a community of education providers, youth organizations, and other cross-sector leaders
to equip young people with knowledge, tools, and resources to practice problem identification and solution design.
If you want to create positive change and join a global community of young problem solvers,
come solve with us.
Come solve with us.
Come solve with us.
Submit your solution today to the Solve Ed Youth Innovation Challenge. It's open to young people like us aged 24 and under, and we're looking to hear about your solutions to challenges in your own communities.
Applications are due by January 18th, 2022, and the selected Solve Ed innovators will share over $200,000 in prize funding and access resources and mentorship from the MIT and Solve communities to further develop and scale their own innovative solutions.
The world cannot wait, and this is our time.
Join Generation Solve.
Wow, I am so excited about the launch of our Solve Ed Youth Innovation Challenge, and I hope you can all help us. Hi again, everyone. I'm Alex Samuel, Executive Director of MIT Solve. What a great day. So many fantastic Solver teams, fellows, speakers, partnerships, and prizes. I hope you leave today feeling inspired by this community. Congratulations again to the teams. We are so excited to work with you. It's also the time when I tell you that this is really just the beginning for our Solver teams and fellows, and for all of you really. And if you are in this virtual room, you likely agree with me that the world cannot wait. Now more than ever, we need your talent, ingenuity, grit, and determination to bring forth innovation, to change unfair systems, to do your very best to solve the great challenges of our time. Now more than ever, we need more connections and partnerships so that we can break down silos and elevate the work of proximate tech-based social entrepreneurs who are working with the most underserved communities. Now more than ever, we need you because you are the Solve community. Solve is a marketplace for social impact innovation, and our currency is partnerships between our Solver teams and our members. Partnerships that help advance the critical innovations and help solve these challenges. To do that, now more than ever, we need your help. You can become a member of Solve if you're not already. You can support our Solver teams through further grant or investment funding or providing in-kind support, including mentorship. You can apply or help us promote our Solve Ed Youth Innovation Challenge and our open partner challenges, including the Octava Social Innovation Challenge and the Future of Work in India and Indonesia Challenge. You can also donate to or co-invest alongside Solve Innovation Future, our philanthropic venture fund, which invests in our for-profit solver teams. For those of you in New York City, we are also hosting an outdoor rooftop reception on Monday, September 20th. We hope you can join us to connect with other members of the Solve community. You can also help design our 2022 challenges and contribute prize funding like so many of you have done for our 2021 challenges. The past 18 months, we've all been through various degrees of hardship and grief, but also renewal. One thing we've learned is just how much we need each other and how much more we can accomplish when we do so together. There's no going back to the way things were. And while there's a huge loss, there is also opportunity to rethink our systems. So as we start thinking about our next cycle of challenges, we'll continue to carry forward our commitment to healing, equity, and justice, and to solving problems for the most underserved communities. Throughout the fall, we'll be speaking with many of you, with MIT faculty and other cross-sector experts around the following 4 themes. Sustainability, which will focus on climate, and in particular, the restoration of nature, sustainable housing, and materials. Health, reducing inequities created by unhealthy surroundings and lack of access to care. Learning, addressing the gaps that have widened during this pandemic. And economic prosperity, creating economic mobility for those in the care economy and the informal job market. As a member, you will have the opportunity to participate in challenge design workshops to help refine these general themes into our 2022 challenges, which will launch in March, and also to build coalitions with other members. You can also sponsor a prize for our challenges, and we invite you to get in touch with us early if you're interested. One more important announcement. As you have seen today, Solve is committed not only to working on global challenges, but also to uphold proximate innovators working within the United States to promote a more just and anti-racist society. Notably this year through our Antiracist Technology in the US Challenge and our 4th cycle of Indigenous Communities Fellowship. As we think about our work going forward and spoke to a great number of you in the past about this, we have decided to embed this work within our Global Challenge framework through the launch of a US Innovators of Color track. So within each of our global challenges, which will be open to anyone anywhere, we will reserve 1 or 2 spots to US Innovators of Color, particularly Black and Latinx founders who are promoting learning, sustainability, health, or economic prosperity within their communities. Wow. In addition to being solver teams, these innovators will have dedicated cross-challenge programming specific to this track. We're looking for sponsors, prize funders, and partners to join us around this new exciting program for Solve, because we cannot do this alone. So do please get in touch with my colleagues, Alexander and Aaron, if you are interested in learning more. So now is the last time for a last thank you to our solver teams, Indigenous fellows, members, prize funders, partners, challenge leaders, MIT community, staff, and more. Thank you for all that you do and for making Solve a community where good things happen. I could not think of a better way to celebrate my 5-year anniversary here at Solve. Thank you for helping create an incredible engine and marketplace for social impact innovation. To close us off for today, I'm so excited to introduce our performer today, Shun Good Zo. After an incredible performance, you will have the opportunity to continue networking on the GRIP platform, so do stay with us. Thank you so much and happy solving.
I woke up feeling great. The birds are in the trees. They're singing me a melody. La 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 la, fuck the police. My head is on straight. My heart is in peace. My soul is incredibly ready to change his story. It's a good the system. It's a good, good, good day. It's a good, good, good day. It's a good, 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 good, it's a 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 good day to fight the system, to fight the system. It's a good, good, good day. It's a good, good, good day. It's a good day to fight the system, to fight the system. It's a good, good, good day. It's a This next song is called I'm Not a Mother, But I Have Children, off my upcoming album of the same name. I'm not a mother, but I have children. They're in the future. What I wouldn't do for them. Maybe the world we're fighting for isn't for us, isn't for sure, but I have children. What I wouldn't do for them. Tell me I'm not dreaming alone. Are we on a road headed to a better home? Even if we're not even close. Every day we got, can we still build the road? Oh, isn't the point to try? Isn't the point to try? Isn't the point to try? Even though some things will not be alright before we die. I'm not a father, but I have children. They're in the future. What I wouldn't do for them. Maybe the world we're fighting for isn't for us, isn't for sure, but I have children. What I wouldn't do for them. Tell me I'm not dreaming alone. Are we on a road headed to a better home? Even if we're not even close. Every day we got, can we still build the road? Oh, isn't the point to try? Isn't the point to try? Isn't the point to try? Even though some things will not be alright before we die. Even though some